Good evening and welcome everybody to session 8 of the Ritualcast's presentation of D&D 5e Age of Shackles. I want to thank you all for joining us and encourage you to ask questions in the chat if there is something you don't understand or would like to know more about. Please sit back and enjoy yourselves as I take the next few minutes, or maybe 1 minute, to give a brief recap of the highlights of our last game. If you aren't up to date but would like to be, you can also find all of our previous sessions here as VODs or at Doxy's YouTube channel. Our last session was the close of Chapter 1 of the Age of Shackles campaign, as our party completed their first quest and returned to the town of Black River. Surviving the siege of the Gulflem and turning in their 3 completed quest cards, the party had their first in-game experience with the bureaucracy of the quest turn-in system as they bartered and negotiated for their earnings and loot. With that completed, we finally finished a long rest and were able to level up from 3 to 4. Rested, reinvigorated, and the proud masters of new abilities they'd been working toward for some time, the party met with the Baron of Black River, Jans Matheson, and found out that he had a personal favor to ask of them as well. He requested that they take a quest of his own endorsement, and after completing it, return it to him for more work, as it seemed that he hoped to establish a trusted working relationship with Everything Ventured after they successfully returned his brother-in-law, Morris Carlson, third son of the King of Menahoem. Before we begin, is there anything that any of you, my players, feel that I left out that you would like to call attention to or just want to kind of bring up or bring into the fray?
We were robbed.
I nearly died.
Well, feel free. Yeah. You were robbed. Tell us about being robbed.
In an encounter with some completely random adversaries, it appears that we were bamboozled, to say the least, and a powerful magic relic that we were in possession of, we are no longer in possession of.
And that
Anybody
happened
else?
in Pond Frog, right?
No, that was in the
Black
city,
River.
Oh.
right at the start of the siege.
Okay. All right. And we fought a snot monster, and it was too powerful, and he nearly died.
Yeah, you did go down as the first 0 HP of the campaign so far. No failed death saves, and it would have been okay because you guys did rest immediately after, but still.
All right. I think that's a pretty good recap of what happened.
Okay, so kind of as we closed up last time, you guys had you had met with the Baron. I think he had promised to have the quest card written up for you. Was there anything that anybody needed to go ahead and tackle in the township or the barony as you're here now?
I think we had already completed all of our major shopping sprees and things like that prior to the end of last session. Unless there was any kind of conversations or anything that anybody wanted to have before we set out. Real quickly, can somebody clarify for me what we ended up doing with Gunnar? Like, did we decide to leave him or take him with us?
He is staying in Black River with the House of Justice.
Okay. So he's staying at, like, the barracks to train or whatever.
Yes, since he's going to be I don't know, what would the rank be?
Well, he'll be a recruit.
Yeah, so, because he's signed his life over, they'll watch him for a bit until we can get him back to the main city where the school is.
Okay. So is everybody ready to return to the guild office and pick up your quest card?
Yes.
Yes.
So?
Oh, wait, actually, I would want to... I know that I don't have any ingredients right now for making health potions, but I would want to set up my alchemy supplies for bringing back stuff to brew potions during, like, nightly downtime.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I'm sure that there's, like, beakers and stuff that have to be aligned and set over flames. I mean, the flames wouldn't be on with empty beakers, but, like, set over, like, something that I could produce a flame inside. I would just set up all of the equipment so that I can just throw it together when I get back.
Okay. So here's the deal. You're going to leave all of this stuff in Black River?
Aren't we coming back to Black River, though?
Well, yes, but I mean, I believe you guys are, but I just want to make sure that you'll have to like, since you're not going to be there, all of your alchemy equipment would otherwise be unattended. And you guys know that it's at least a day to get there, and then however long it takes you to take care of it, and then at least a day back. So leaving your things in the free lodgings of the guild, it's probably, I just want to tell you that that's probably not safe.
Okay, then I won't.
If you wanted to pay for something more expensive, then I'm sure you might be able to get a little bit more secure lodging, or maybe even just
sure
like
don't. Thanks
Okay.
anyway.
Considering how long it took us to get through Pond Frog, probably a good idea to bring it with us.
That seems wise.
How many potions did you end up making during the downtime?
I currently have 5 potions of healing. Oh, and I have enough for 3 more potions, actually.
So I also wanted to ask, because I can't remember, have I been making you roll to brew those, or
Yes.
have I just been letting? Oh,
Nope,
okay.
you've been making me roll.
I don't know why I couldn't remember that.
You at least did last time. I can't remember the first time.
Yeah.
But I know
'Cause
for
I
sure
know-
that you did last time because I failed on one of them.
I know that gathering resources makes it so that your potions are half price. And then, yeah, I should have also been having you roll for them, because you still have to expend, like, for the things that you can't just pick. Like glass bottles and such,
Right,
and
right.
cleaner.
Okay. I definitely have not been subtracting any gold for making
Okay,
them.
then it should be whatever, half the, I think they're 50 gold each, so it should be 25 for each one that you brew.
Okay.
If you don't have that amount, then we can just, if there's 100 gold that you can make disappear, then let's do that.
I can do that.
Well, I was asking because I wanted to pay you cost of materials for one.
She would say no worries. She wouldn't let you. It's what I do.
Josiah, did your noise gate die?
I don't know. Why?
Because I'm getting
echo?
I'm getting every click of your mouse.
Huh. Okay. Give me a second.
Sure. No, it's okay. Just if we can tackle it early, it's probably better than late. But yeah, assuming, like, just for the future, when you craft something, it ends up being half the price, just because to represent, you've gathered the gatherable materials, but there are still things like you would need to purify your alchemical vials and
Totally.
various other things like that.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense.
That way it's not just like an infinite free healing forever. But anyway, that being said, now that Gila has decided that it's probably best not to leave her goods unattended for probably a minimum of 3 or 4 days, is there anything else you guys would like to address before heading back to the guild office?
Do you think that we should put out an APB with the city guard for the people who robbed us?
It's probably too late. I'll just tell you that. Like, it's been an entire week, so that's something that if you guys wanted to, you probably should have addressed that immediately. Odds are, like, because you guys don't know if you were targeted randomly. You don't know if this was deliberate or just like circumstantial, that kind of thing. There's like, if you go and speak with the guard, they're going to be like, okay, when did this happen? You're going to be like, oh, during the siege of the Gulf Lim, and they're going to laugh you off.
I also don't remember a good enough description of them to give.
Your character would, but or your character might, because it's only been a week. Like, let's just say that if you saw them again, you might recognize them. But given that it's been a full week, odds are they've either probably moved on, or the goods have been moved.
Okay. Our bad.
So off to the guild. Who's going?
Probably all of us.
I think
I
so.
would think.
unless anyone
up
specifically
the good
doesn't want to go.
content.
But
Okay, so everybody goes. That's fine. As you arrive at the guild office, you'll find that things are much calmer this time around. You'll even spot Osric, the clerk that helped you last time, just kind of rustling around in the back. But you're greeted by a much older woman named Marcia, Marcia Petty. She is the guild representative that you received your Pond Frog initiative request from as well. She's probably been in Black River her entire life. Knows the place pretty well. Is usually pretty knows a little bit more than what is on the quest cards most of the time. Has some good social connections, that kind of deal. But as you walk into the door, she kind of lights up. She's like, "Oh, everything ventured. We've been expecting you."
I would just look at SB.
Say, I take it that means you have a quest card for us today, Marcia.
And she does like that little excited happy clap, but it's silent. She's like, "I do, by endorsement of the Baron, Mr. Matheson himself." Now, assuming that there are no objections, I'll go ahead and pass the card on to you and leave the rest to our birds.
There were provisions we had specifically asked for. Were those provided?
Give me a reminder.
We had asked in the event that someone turned to stone, that client provide means of fixing them.
She kind of like you catch her looking like up to the right, and she's like, "Huh." And so she'll look through her own paperwork, kind of shuffle them, and be like, "No, I don't see anything about that here. You would need to take that up with the Baron himself. It's likely something that needs to be underwritten."
Out of character, real quick. I vaguely remember the Baron saying something to the effect that we would have to take that up with the rancher himself. Anybody else? No?
Kinda.
Am I making that up?
That sounds half right.
That sounds familiar to
Maybe
me too.
all right. Yeah.
It might have been taken up with the guild though.
Susanna remembers correctly. It
Okay.
was something that you were supposed to discuss with the rancher.
Okay.
And so Marshall will explain to you. Would anybody say anything to that effect?
Healer was not there.
I would probably just gently remind Val about it, just as an aside.
Then with a just barely perceptible sigh, Marshall will kind of, "Oh, okay." She's like, "Yes, that is the kind of underwriting that would need to be taken up with the proprietor themselves. And unfortunately, this quest comes directly from the Baron, so you would need to speak with the rancher, I believe."
What was Marsha's last name? I'm so sorry.
Petty. Also, for anybody that just noticed that she said rancher, actually Doss, give me a perception check.
okay.
Well,
Accurate.
I will also let Esperna do this, and she also is the one who usually handles the paperwork.
What was I doing? Perception?
Yes.
Yeah.
12 is enough. So she mentioned rancher. That means that she looked at the quest card. They're not supposed to do that. You can use that information however you will.
Well, I'm wondering if that's something that should bring up. I might say, "Oh, a rancher, you say? What, I might attempt to lean on the counter, but really it's like up here. What do you know about that there, Marcia?"
She'll get a very stern look on her face and said, "I said nothing of the sort. I don't know what you're talking about."
I heard you say it.
Well, actually, give me a perception check. Let's see if you did.
Even if she hadn't, she would still back up SB.
Oh,
But
that's fine. But
can-
let's
can, yeah, we can see if I have to roll a deception too.
You likely heard it, but that's fine. I don't think there would have been a deception anyway, just because there wouldn't really be a consequence. I just want to point out that like, if you don't think there's anything to gain, there's no reason to antagonize the clerk. This is just something that you could potentially use as leverage later. And so she looks a little bit flustered, and she says, I assure you, I don't know what you're talking about. If you are referring to the quest card, then I think everybody in town knows that the Kustein Ranch has been having some trouble.
Well, Marcia, we're just asking about, rumors in town and things like that. I mean, obviously, you might know this area a little bit better than we do. Is there anything you can tell us about the rancher? I mean, we're not locals, right?
You don't have the quest card yet. She's gonna like
I
tap
thought
the
she'd
quest
given
card.
it to us already.
It's like on the desk. She hasn't even passed it to you yet. So
Oh.
she'll like tap it and kind of give you the eyes of like, take the quest card and then we'll talk. She's like, I could tell you lots of things about lots of things that are going on local, but if this is something related to your quest, I feel like you'll definitely need to look that over before coming back.
Val, you want to grab that? My reach is a little.
I'll pick it up and hand it to her.
All right, so I just want to know what you guys picture when we're talking about quest cards here, because I definitely have something in mind, and I feel like you guys might as well, and I just kind of want to make sure that visually we're kind of on the same page.
So I literally imagine like an index card with a checklist on it that is not lined and is made of like shitty olden paper.
Yeah, like an old library card.
Okay.
I imagine it's kind of hard to describe, but maybe a little bit larger than an index card, and it's a little bit more like a form, and so it might have like a number for the quest printed across the top in writing, and then a more paragraph form kind of description rather than a checklist, and maybe it's printed on like a bamboo sheet where it's a little bit sturdier than paper or parchment, and it's got like maybe like a ribbon with the seal kind of coming off it. But
Okay, so really what quest cards are is they are a blank white tablet of indeterminate material, and usually they're just stamped like all when they're hanging on a quest board. All you'll see is this blank white with the logo that indicates the minimum rank to take that quest. So like if it's a vulture quest, it'll be a blank white slate with a vulture on it. And then when you take it up, you pick it up, you can activate it, and like a hologram projection, it then provides the information for you.
Neato.
It is a form of low magic, or rather low level magic, which is how they're able to do the basic like biometric scan for the person who gives the quests to stamp it and ensure that it's completed. And that way, birds aren't just taking quests, stamping them, doing forgery, and then turning them in to get their reward. It's a little bit higher tech than just a piece of parchment or like an index card.
Yeah, I for sure
But-
was just like imagining index cards made out of like
Same.
shitty paper.
Yeah,
Shitty
just
cardstock,
to kind of
rather.
to illustrate that the birds are well inundated with the technological advancements of the world. They do use this proliferated low level magic to kind of create and protect the integrity of their quest cards. But so she'll pass it along. Val will pick it up, and I've actually made one for you guys. It's very rough draft. This is the first one, so reserve judgment. But this is your first quest.
Ooh.
Well, technically your fourth quest card, but the first one you get to see. So if you'll take a moment to maybe read over that, and this is what has been handed or provided to you.
Susanna, will you read it out loud?
certainly.
Thank you.
Okay. Titled Gorgon Wrestling. The largest Gorgon rancher in the Menahoem monarchy, Zeb Kustein, has lost several head of cattle over the last 4 weeks. He has petitioned the guild for adventurers to help him eliminate or capture the rustlers. Recovery of the livestock is optional and would come with an additional bonus. Kustein Ranch is 1 to 2 days ride or a 4-day walk east-southeast of Black River if following the main roads and under the governance of the Baron of Black River within the Menahoem monarchy. This quest is available by endorsement only. This quest was recently elevated from hatchling to vulture. Further details may be gathered at the local guild representative in the town of Black River. Goal: find and eliminate the livestock rustlers by any means necessary. Location: Kustein Ranch, Black River Barony, Menahoem Monarchy. Reward: 1,000 gold pieces plus 50 gold pieces for each Gorgon recovered.
Awesome.
Cool.
So, now that you guys have your official quest card and have accepted it officially, is there, any questions that you would like to ask Marcia, other members of the guild, or anything you would like to do in preparation?
If we find dead Gorgons, can we keep parts of them or must we turn them over?
Are you asking Marcia that?
Yes.
She'll shrug and say, I imagine that would be under the purview of the rancher, but any materials recovered related to the quest would, of course, fall under the dictation of guild property.
She'll step back.
Marcia, what can you... Go ahead.
Has there been any indication of numbers?
What do you mean?
How many rustlers there are causing problems?
Unfortunately, at this point in time, there have been no captures made. There was one encounter, but, that's all just hearsay.
What kind of encounter? Did they see persons taking the...
Make a negotiation check. And if you're trying to be persuasive, then charisma would be the stat. She lights up, and you can tell that Marcia kind of likes to gossip, and she's like, "Well, I heard that Kustein Ranch hired a group of hatchlings to escort his usual rancheros on the cattle drive from Kustein Ranch to Menahoem, but they were ambushed. 4 of the 6 hatchlings were killed, and all 3 of Kustein's ranchers too. Over 60% of the Gorgons were scattered or stolen, and I think they were probably running the usual number of about 20. One of the 2 survivors even came back through here."
Do you know if they're still in town?
She'll just kind of smile.
So maybe they're staying in the bird housing, perhaps, even?
Well, hatchlings aren't afforded such luxury,
When she refers to that as luxury, Das audibly scoffs.
Hilo will look at you puzzled when you scoff.
Do you have name of this hatchling?
I may have heard the name. I just, for some reason, I can't recall.
Hilo will dig in her pouch and pull out her prettiest seed and put it on the table. Now have you heard? Or now do you remember?
She'll purse her lips and just kind of with the very tips of her fingernails scoot the seed back to the edge of the desk and say, "Miss, I would appreciate it if you would not bring your detritus into our fine establishment."
She will glare and take it back.
I will reach into my pocket and pull out a silver piece, and kind of use it to tap the side of my head like this and be like, "Gosh, I have such troubles with memory too." And then I'll just put it on the counter in front of me. If
Roll
only
her
there were
eyes.
someone...
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Said if only there was some way to help you remember.
Gonna roll her eyes and just kind of like turn in the side of her seat and let out a low sigh. I'm like, oh, all day in this chair, and the only thing that gets me by is hearing the tales that come through. If you as players are confused as to what she wants, please speak
I know
up.
exactly what she wants, and I will actually elbow Das because he's like the poetic speaker among us.
I'm gonna put my silver piece back.
Yeah, at this point, I'm very much just like not engaging in this conversation. I'm reading a book. When you nudge me, I'm just like,
Tell her about the Lucrata.
the Lucrata? Why does she need to know about the Lucrata? What are we doing?
She wants gossip. Stories.
Oh. And I just like snap the book shut. Just like lean on the counter and I'm like, look, if you want gossip, I can dish some gossip for you. What do you want to hear about?
Well, surely you have some interesting bit of information that I haven't heard.
There was stupid man with green on face.
I'm
I don't
sorry?
remember that.
He was in house. He was tied up.
Oh,
I don't think
That's a
Das
good.
was here
That's
for
a
that.
good story. Yeah.
yeah.
I
And
definitely
she'll
wasn't
lean-
here for that.
Lean forward, put her elbow in her hands, and say, "Oh, do go on."
Well, Val, do go on.
I am not a good storyteller. Das was there too. He saw how dumb Men was.
Oh, that gentleman. All right. Look, I don't know how familiar you are with the residents of Pond Frog. It's Pond Frog is the name of that town, is it not?
Yes.
Village,
Okay, perfect.
you're in a town.
Right. No, this is in character. um, there were these two guys, real rough and tumble types. You know.
One
you
was
know the
head of
type.
guard too. You would think he would be better.
You would think. But that's where you'd be wrong. See, these two brilliant minds decided that they were going to take the hobgoblin captive, which was secured by my companions here, and offer him a deal for his freedom in exchange for what did they even ask him for? What did they want from him?
They did
set
not
him
want town to be burned down. Attacked.
Right. They
It
didn't
was
want
noble.
they didn't want their town to be ransacked. So they set free the leader of the ransackees to go back to them, which
Did either of these gentlemen have a name?
they certainly did.
Ragnar and Rasma.
Yes. Fine names. Anyways, long story short, when we got to the house to do some business with the prisoner, Ragnar, the captain of the guard, was hesitant to let us in until finally the headman of the village came and told him to let us in, wherein we found his brother tied up in place of the hobgoblin with a bunch of scum on his face to make him look more like a hobgoblin, apparently, which was laughably foolish, and we saw right through it immediately, of course. And then the older one tried to run, and Gila chased him down and punched him right in the face like a couple times. You know, it was just brutal to watch, but yet you couldn't look away.
He got a discount.
I'm gonna pipe up from behind the counter and be like, he got a nice shiner on his face.
Like I said, a discount.
So you're telling me that Rasmussen's two boys are both guard captains in Pond Frog, and they're still playing dress up?
You got it.
Dress
That's-
up, you say?
That sounds an awful lot like the kind of story that my friend Pindar Lesser would want to hear.
Who is Pendar Lessar?
She just looks at you and shrugs. Just say a friend of mine. Works for the guild from time to time.
Well, I
Well,
hope
you
your
tell
friend enjoys
Pendar.
the story.
You tell Pendar if they ever pass through Pondfrog and see those two boys,
Do
just take a look
you
at Ragnar's face and see if he's
do
still
you
got a
folks
bit of a
not
sunken eye.
understand? She is telling us name of person we are looking for.
Right.
So smart, Val.
May we be on way?
We were looking
I
for
just-
someone?
I just hope you come back and tell me exactly what their expression was when you tell them that wonderful story.
Oh, we certainly will. You can count on that.
Thank you, Marcia.
Always here to serve.
I will glare at her one more time.
She'll smile back.
So, should we probably look for the cheapest accommodations that we could find that a hatchling could afford?
Yeah. I think
That
that's
would-
a
sounds-
yeah.
place to start.
It sounds like a good place to start, yeah.
We could also ask around. Anybody who knows them?
Hmm.
Well, was he injured as well? Maybe he was looking for medical attention.
He didn't say, but I think that you guys could probably make a local knowledge check to gather some information, see if you can track down this Pendar Lesser.
That
Maybe
should
if
be
there
somebody other than Gila.
well, maybe if there are any other hatchlings in the office at the time, they might be able to point us in the right direction.
Yeah, we should have asked if they were part of a venturing group like us.
Well, if they
Hatchlings
were,
usually-
four
you-
of them were killed, so
You don't usually earn a name until after you're a hatchling. Bad luck to name a baby before, turns one.
okay, so local knowledge. Who wants to start asking around?
This would be probably a wisdom check, I think.
He was willing to ask.
Well, so
I'm-
it will be by party, I think. So if you're all going together, only one person can roll,
Okay.
but you can have advantage as the others will be helping.
I'm wise AF, yo.
Yes, you are.
Is there anything my background feature can do for this?
Tell me about it. What is it?
I have the variant investigator. Rather than watch or patrol your community investigators who are responsible for solving crimes after the fact, though such folk are seldom found in rural areas, nearly every settlement, yada yada yada.
Can you link it?
It is part of Watcher's Eye at the bottom.
Drop the jelly bean.
Other than watch or patrol members. Rather than watch or patrol members, rarer than watch or patrol members are community's investigators who are responsible for solving crimes after the fact. Though such folk are seldom found in rural areas, nearly every settlement of decent size has at least one or two watch members who have the skill to investigate crime scenes and track down criminals. If your prior experience is as an investigator, you have proficiency in blah 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 blah. So I think, if you wanted to go ahead and go off on your own, I would just give you advantage on this.
Okay, I didn't know if it would help in tracking down leads or
Well,
what have you.
It certainly can, because you're proficient, so you have the ability to make contextual investigation. Am I right?
What was that categorized under?
That is under search, which is the replacement for investigation. So you should have it.
I do not, so maybe I did take the athletics instead.
Okay. Well, then in that case, no.
Never mind.
You can still everybody can still attempt to make the gather information check, which would be a local knowledge roll with wisdom. if you're, like I said, if you're all going together, one roll with advantage.
I would go with SB.
Okay.
With advantage. Ready, go. Fingers crossed, stick out your tongue.
A 15 makes it actually pretty quick and easy to track down Pindar Lesser, who is currently enjoying a game of some sort in the seediest of seedy taverns at the edge of Black River. Just a place where it's kind of like a guild bar, as it were. So it's not official lodging, it's not free, it's pretty much run down. The alcohol is basically just ethanol and rocks mixed together. But for the most part, it's a safe place to hang out where you're not going to be judged for being a member of the birds. Because remember, birds aren't exactly worshipped by any stretch of the imagination. You're more of the outsiders of society. So you go in here, and as you take a step into this little bar, it's pretty obvious on first glance who Pindar Lesser may be, just based off of cultural naming conventions, as there is a hulk of a man sitting in a corner who is easily 2 heads taller than Gila and probably twice as wide, who is currently just like drowning themselves in some form of atrocious grog.
Gila
But you come in, you
smitten.
you come in, you ask about Pindar, and like about as subtle as a sledgehammer, this one looks up and looks in your direction, and the barkeep will even just like hook a thumb over in that direction and say, that's the hatchling you're looking for.
So is it just the 2 of you alone who are at the bar now?
No, we all went together.
I for sure would have gone with SB. Whatever the rest of you guys did, you did.
Nobody else spoke up, so it was assumed you're all together.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will be waiting outside. This is not my place.
So Gila is gonna like try to duck a little bit behind SB.
You're gonna have to get way down.
I know. She just like makes herself kind of a little
Just
bit
like a little-
smaller, like behind her, and just like go talk to him.
I'm gonna look at you, and I'm gonna look at him, and be like, oh.
Maybe we could use a hand. Somebody who's experienced in.
Well, you know, we gotta go talk to him and get details, and you know, maybe I don't know, maybe you want to share a drink with him. You know, just get a little friendly rapport going. You know.
It is wise to make friends, and she'll just set off forward, but like look back for you if you don't keep pace.
I'm gonna grab Posh's hand. I'm not letting anybody hang out in here alone.
So as you approach Pindar Lesser, okay, so then Das, are you with Valentina? Or are you with?
Well, I would have gone in with them and then took one look around and then turned her back around and gone back outside, and then just been like, "I'm gonna stay out here with you."
That makes sense.
This is fine. I give off impression of enforcing law. They do not like me in there.
Yeah, I was actually gonna make a point of, you know, when you walk in, you do have House Justice insignia somewhere on you, right?
Oh yeah, I went and commissioned that tabard with it on it.
Right, right. So you walk in, and yeah, it's like you just walked into a mafia den as a, you know, wearing a NYPD badge, and they all just, you know, kind of gave you a look for a minute, like the record scratch kind of deal. Yeah, you leave and things pick back up, but. Anyway, Esperna, Gila, and Posh kind of head over to Pindar's table, and the first thing you'll like that just immediately springs to your vision is like the hatchling badge that is officially given out to everybody. It looks tiny on this guy, like it looks like a little push pin almost, just because of his sheer size. And this guy takes up the entire booth by himself. The table is pushed out so far that only Esperna could even fit into the opposing booth. But as you approach, you'll see that he's also got like a big fish bowl of this grog on the table and several empty mug, like clay cups or mugs that he's been drinking out of. And he'll kind of grunt, nod his head, indicating that he acknowledges your presence. With his free hand, he'll even point with a bit of a mangled finger at your badges, like so. He's acknowledging that you're a higher rank bird than him, and he'll pick up one of the dirty clay mugs, like dip it into the punch bowl of grog, and put it on the table in front of each of you.
Oh, very kind. Thank you. And I'm gonna kind of sniff it and be like, oh, yep, that'll put hair on your chest.
More likely to singe it off, but yes.
Gila will take a sip.
It is exactly as I described. It's like somebody has taken gravel from outside, a little bit of healthy dirt, and just like fermented something atrocious inside of it.
Delicious.
Only the anosmic can truly enjoy this grog.
I do not know what anosmic means.
Somebody without a sense of taste or smell.
He
Posh
likes
will
the
down
taste of
his
like
name.
dirt.
Nice, Posh.
Being a warforged, your internal circuitry is a bit alarmed at the invasion of such horrible liquid. Like, you could drink, it's fine. You could even make it the attempt at eating and make yourself look human. But you've put something inside of you that your body is quite unhappy about, and so I'd like you to make a Constitution save.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, that's not bad.
So you feel as though, like, you experience for perhaps the first time in your life the sensation of a compulsion to head to a latrine, even though no such bodily function exists in you. Just, you know that whatever is inside of you is going to want to be violently evacuated, and soon.
Oh god. Okay, Posh gets up and walks out. I'm done.
So,
I tried.
so as Posh exits, you'll also notice like the little sign outside. It just looks like a busted mug, and in fact, that is likely the name of the tavern. So Posh exits, standing underneath the little sign of the busted mug, and just heaves, even without a stomach somehow. There's just all of this nasty grunt, and it's like a gray paste somehow that it has become inside of you. And just like that splatters on the ground in a semi-solid state. But other than that, you feel fine now. It just, now that it's gone.
Is Val still outside?
Oh yeah, this would have been like in direct view of Val and us.
Okay. I'm just gonna feel ashamed with Val and Das outside.
No.
That I can't get my own drink.
Also, one thing I do want to mention, just in case it comes up, I would have cast Mage Armor at the beginning of, like, after the long rest.
Okay, that's fine.
Cool.
All right, so now it's just Esperna and Gila at the table with Pindar Lesser. And so he'll kind of grunt in acknowledgement. You know, you've sipped of his liquor, and he'll be like, I'm guessing you're the Baron's new stooges?
Present.
Gila has no idea how to flirt. She's never, like, really had this before. So she just sits there and kind of, like, subtly is flexing muscle after muscle. Like,
Well, so you say sitting there, but remember, this guy is so large that he pushes the table.
Standing
Like,
there.
yeah. I was gonna ask, did you like somehow squeeze in and maybe
No.
shove the other booth backward, or?
She would be standing very close to Esperna.
Okay. All right, so putting on her best Hulk Hogan impersonation then.
Except for subtle. She understands subtlety.
Oh, okay. So just like maybe some subconscious flexing, a little bit like not so much poses, but like, you know, moving certain muscle groups.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
The
Can
beach is that one.
Like that, definitely. Like maybe she goes to like pick her teeth, and you can like, Espy would be able to tell that she's also flexing a bicep while she's doing it.
And I'm gonna.
Does she let out like a little as she picks her teeth?
Maybe.
I'm gonna like try to give her touch her.
If you whispered, Discord said no. So just say you whisper and then say it.
I'm gonna like, I'm not gonna make any movements because I don't want Pendar to see, but I'm gonna try to subtly signal to her that she should, touch her hair or play with her hair or something,
She grabs one of the like natural dreadlocks in her hair and just starts kind of tugging it.
So Pendar, we understand that you may have had an encounter with something messing with the cattle at the Kustine Ranch.
Like I said, you're the Baron's new stooges, huh? Yeah, I went out with a group of 6. There's just me and one other who made it back.
Can you tell us what happened?
Well, what's it to you?
Oh, if you went out with a group of 6, we're going out with a group of 5.
Oh,
I'd like to have it.
I see you've got something more important than an egg on your chest.
I'm out of character. I'm not really sure how to approach this, and so if anybody else has any ideas, do we want to try to like bribe him, or
maybe Gila would just, after a little bit of talking, be like, "Come with us." Just like it comes out maybe a little bit awkwardly too loud.
I love that idea. We just have to get him talking first.
Well, your impression isn't that he's being cagey. He's just like, what do you, he's asking you, what do you want to know? Like, why are you asking me for information?
Oh, is that what okay, I thought he was like trying to like withhold information.
No,
Okay.
he wants to know why you're talking to him. Like he guessed immediately that you're Baron Stooges because that you're working for the Baron because you came to him and asked about him. So he's not dumb, but he's just like, why do you want to talk to me? What do you want?
Well, we need as much information as we can get before we go out. Was it a monster? Was it people? How many were there? What happened?
You might call her a monster. Look, this shouldn't leave this tavern, because I know the people of this town, and they're easily spooked, and I mean, this is about as close to a city as you can be without being a city, so... And he'll lower his voice a little bit. He's like, look, we were hired by the Baron to help Mr. Kustine take 20 of his herd into Menahoem, and something about it didn't feel right from the get-go, because only 3 rancheros went, and I used to be a ranchero, you see, before I put this egg on my chest, and that ain't the way it worked. But Mr. Kustine, he knows his way. He's got the biggest ranch in the area for a reason. So we went along with it. But middle of the night, big bright moon out, clear as could be, and this little twig of a woman comes walking up to us, to the lead ranchero, and suddenly demands that we hand him all over. Now, obviously, that ain't gonna happen. And so lead ranchero sees this little twig of a woman, laughs in her face, says no. I look back at the boys that I'm with. We all kind of get ready to loosen our weapons because, again, like I said, it's just something doesn't feel right. And by the time I turn my head back, that ranchero is torn asunder, and where that little twig of a woman was is a monstrous bear.
You look like you could fight a bear.
Oh, I could fight a bear, but I couldn't fight a bear and 3 man-sized rats and a couple of wolves. Just 6 of us. Look,
Would I?
two of us made it back, and we even brought back, what was it, 8 the Gorgons with us, and it, I got out cuts and bruises, scritches and scratches, but that other little hatchling, and I'll be honest with you, I never worked with these people before. That other little hatchling, oh, that arm got ripped right out of his socket, clean, like tearing wet parchment. We were swinging fine barren steel, and it was striking like I was attacking a castle wall. And before I was a ranchero, I was a mason. I know what it's like swinging a blade into stone or swinging a hammer into stone. It felt just like that. Like hitting a castle wall with a wood axe. So when you come in here asking me, I know the Baron's got another plan. It sounds to me like you're the Baron's stooges.
I think stooge might be a strong word. I think
He'll spit.
I'm gonna spit too.
I'm gonna swoon. Did you only have melee fighters?
Well, no, we ain't dumb. It was me with my hammer. What was his name? The boy who lost his arm. I think his name was Roddy or something to that effect. He's a magic user, so he's slinging spells with words. Had a couple archers with us, and the other 2 boys carried shields. And the rancheros, if you're not familiar with the business, they usually carry whips with them, and usually something to fend off bandits, short sword, whatever they can get their hands on, an axe, mace.
How did you escape?
We turned tail and ran. I hopped on the back of the biggest horse, and Roddy, I picked him up and brought him with me, and was lucky that the 8 herd were already heading in that direction. So we basically just followed them back to Mr. Kustein's ranch.
Do we get the impression that he's telling the truth?
Make an insight check. Yeah, you actually feel like he's being very forthcoming, like probably a little bit factor in the alcohol, so there might be some slight embellishment, but that you get a pretty strong gut feeling that he believes what he's saying to you.
What did Mr. Kustein say when you got back and you had so few of you and so few head of cattle return?
Oh, Mr. Kustein don't meet with hatchlings. He doesn't even hardly come out of his ranch house anymore.
How come?
He shrugs.
Was the... So you guys were hired by the Baron, huh?
Yep. He's friends with Mr. Kustein. Said it was a personal favor to him.
Were you taking the main roads to Menaholm, or did it feel kind of...
But you don't drive cattle on the main roads, no.
Would you be able to show us kind of the direction that you were heading in? Where you were attacked?
Mr. Kustein and his ranchers can point you out pretty much anywhere unless you own a map.
Come with us.
He laughs. He says, "I think I need a break from questing for a bit, miss." Though I appreciate the offer to work with such esteemed vultures as yourselves.
She'll pull on her dreadlocks some more and say, "You wouldn't want another go?" And she's like not making eye contact with him now.
He's gonna dip another mug in and push it in your direction. He says, "Now I get the feeling that you're looking for my muscle, and while I appreciate that, like I said, I just watched. Oh, what? Let me count here." And he holds his hands up, and again, he's got like kind of that one mangled finger. He's like, "It was 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. I just watched 7 men get shredded in a matter of, I don't know, 10 grains of an hourglass. So, honestly, I'm here to drown myself in this grog for a little bit, spend a week in the whorehouse, and then maybe if you're still looking for some help, I could be inclined to tag along with a fine, muscled woman like yourself."
She will be blushing and she will kind of beam at Espy with like question in her eyes.
I'm gonna say loudly, I'm gonna go to the bar for more booze. And then I'm gonna I'm gonna nod at her and I'm gonna walk away. And I'm gonna go get another fishbowl. And you just chat away there, dearie.
He was just
I will be right back.
down the drink that he put in front of her. Slowly.
I'm still gonna ask for a Constitution check.
Sure.
This stuff is just foul.
Literally poison.
Is it a save or a check?
That would be a save.
Okay.
No. This is to drink it. It'll be a check.
Okay.
You got this.
Yeah, you can tolerate sipping it.
All right. I will sip it for a long time.
Yeah.
Like the point
Okay,
is she's filling the silence, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe even slurping loudly, so it's a little less quiet.
I guess I'll go to the bar and I'll see if he's got a tab running. And if he's got a tab running, I'll pay it.
Do you say that? Do you ask? Does Pindar have a tab running? And the bartender nods, or the bar owner, I guess. And then you say, "Okay, I'll pay it."
Well, I'll ask how much it is first.
He says,
Maybe I'll just
"Pindar's
buy
running.
another round.
Pindar's running about 9 silver right now. It's been about a month since I got paid. I think he was hoping that quest was going to help him out."
9 silver, eh?
He'll nod and say, "Yep."
How much for another round?
Well, you paying for Pindar's drinks or just one for you?
Do you have anything that's not that rock spit that he's drinking?
Excuse me, miss?
Oh, no.
Are you insulting my house beverage?
Another round of grog for my dear friend Pendar, and I'll pay his tab.
It'll be 3 copper pieces for another fish bowl.
Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and pay that and make my way back to the table.
A barmaid will bring it by. She's not exactly pretty by any stretch of the imagination. You're pretty forgettable. She'll kind of plop it down a little bit, splashes out. It gets on her, and she immediately brushes it off quickly and wipes it on her apron, and then just kind of, gives you a curt little nod and says, "Why, thank you, Mr. Pindar. It's good to see you in here again, as usual."
Gila will slight glare.
So give me an insight check, Gila.
Okay.
So
good.
you don't pick up on it, but there's definitely a bit of a blush between her and Pindar as she leaves that on the table, and she'll head back to her regular duties.
She'll say, "You relieve stress in the whorehouse when you should be relieving it with your hammer."
Well, what hammer? And Pindar will shrug and say, "A man has his vices."
She'll take another sip and just kind of wait for Espy. She has no idea how to move forward.
Sure.
Let me know when I make it back to the table.
Yeah, you're back. You're back. You made it back around the same time as the comely barmaid.
Seeing Hila be a little bit uncomfortable, I'm just gonna keep going. Well, now that we have some more drinks, I did want to ask you offhandedly, so this was a personal favor that you were doing for the Baron. How'd you come by such a, well, I mean, at the time, such a choice quest? Like, surely a personal favor for the Baron wouldn't start out with hatchlings, would it?
I worked for Jans before.
Oh, have you? What kind of work did you do for him?
I was his mason for several years as a boy.
And did you work on his home here, the barracks? What kind of work?
I built most of the walls here in Black River. Kept them maintained.
Seems like good work. Seems like solid work. How come you quit being a mason? I mean, surely someone as strong as you would have no end of work for you.
Well, my father lost his back, and so I went back to work on his ranch.
What? Your father's ranch?
Yes,
Your father's a rancher around here?
not anymore.
Oh. You get put out of business by that Kustine ranch then?
He paid good coin for what we had.
And you were treated fairly?
Sure. Fair enough, as it were.
Did you ever do ranchero work for Kustine before you became a hatchling?
No, miss, I did not. What happened there is Mr. Krustine paid us good money for the ranch. We passed the deed along, passed the ranch along. I realized that it's much too easy to spend much too much money in the city.
You mean here or you mean home?
I said the city. Though, fair as fair was, it's down in Saltbrook.
Saltbrook's a long way from here, and did you come back just as a hatchling, or did you come back for your father, or?
Look, miss, seeing as how you're coming up with a lot more questions, I'm going to tell you now, I appreciate you buying me another round here, and the company of you and your fine friend is much appreciated as well. So I'll give you a little bit more information, but if you don't mind, I would like to drink in peace in the end of the day here. But Kustine bought our ranch. Yes, he did. Paid me fine for it. Perhaps a little bit unsettled by the fact that he just dismantled the whole thing, and I'm pretty sure it's barren land now. Nobody's using it. But no, I went down to Saltbrook, me, wife, my boys. That money went, like I said, a lot faster than I anticipated. And once the money was gone, so was my wife and so were my boys. And I thought maybe hatchling work would be good for a man of my stature and experience, since there wasn't nobody hiring masons. And I didn't exactly want to go work for the man that bought my ranch.
He was rummaging in her bag, just so you know.
Okay.
Well, we won't trouble you too much longer, but does Kustine make a habit of buying out people's ranches?
You don't become the largest, most successful Gorgon rancher in the monarchy. And truth be told, I hear that he trades with all 5 nations of Minahome without taking care of your competition, as it were. But he's a fair man. He offers coin. He doesn't bring it by torch and plunder.
So you wouldn't expect there to necessarily be anybody who might have a grudge against him for that.
Oh, I'm sure he's got plenty of enemies, just by virtue of who he is and what he does. I mean, imagine this. You're a rival kingdom. You want to take over your enemy's castle. You hire an entire cadre of wizards, only to find out, oh, you can't just teleport them right inside and start blowing things up. Doesn't work that way. That's the magic of the Gorgon blood, you see. So yeah, lots of people dislike Mr. Kustein and what he does. But as a fellow rancher, I've got no ill against him. He won, as it were.
So you can't think of anybody in particular who might have it out for him, specifically.
Miss, that's an awful specific question you're asking me. And I don't want to be putting my words, or I don't want my words to be put in anybody's head on a platter.
You know what? Fair's fair. Plenty of harsh words were said into a cup that shouldn't have left it.
Just the way I see it, I name somebody, you go and remove, I don't know, a hand's width from their shoulders, and turns out they weren't the one at fault. Well, now that's riding me into the afterlife.
Well, we'll seek out this twig of a woman.
I tell you this much, I have no interest in knocking on the door of La Plaga or otherwise with all that weight. If you will, it's been a pleasure. And, Hila, did you ever give him your name?
No.
Then, he'll just kind of look at you and say, next time you're in town, when you finish up, come see me again.
She'll put a handful of seeds, ugly seeds, on the table in front of him and say, "New boys."
Gonna arch an eyebrow at you, and he'll scoop them up into his monstrous hand and like, I mean, I know a thing or two about growing plants, but sure, much appreciated.
And she will walk away just beaming.
What did you give him? Was it anything specific?
We never really went over what seeds I have. I just have a pouch of assorted seeds. But
Well,
they're like,
I mean, you can tell me. Is it like flower seed? Like, are they flowers? Do you think
oh
maybe
no, it'll be
they're
like vegetables, like food seeds.
herbs? Oh, okay, so okay, so like edibles.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay.
Cucumber seeds are pretty ugly.
Just, random edible seeds is fine, I think.
And Hila will bust out of the busted mug and have a swagger in her step. Maybe even be whistling.
All right. By this point in time, I would imagine that Posh has recovered. But Doss and Val and Posh, would you guys have been discussing anything in, I don't know, let's say the 15 minutes that they were gone? Maybe 20?
I mean,
Do
if
we
we were
have
just... Oh, go ahead, sorry.
do we have contingency plan if someone turns to stone again? Part of mission is to bring back cattle, but do we exactly have plan for that?
Hopefully the ranchers will provide us with something. Perhaps some more of that fine butter, which cannot be washed off with magic for some reason.
I think Doss would know exactly what the reason is. I mean, give me an Arcana check, actually. I would love to tell you why.
I mean, I think out of character I know why, but let's see.
But we can, in character.
That's a
10 is enough. 10 is enough. I mean, Gorgon blood literally prevents the passage of magic through it. And so Gorgon butter would also be magic resistant.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's, if anything, more of a just make it better. But with no suggestions on how to do so.
Sure. I mean, I think that Arcana check is perfect for that line of thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing really that I think we'd discuss, we don't even have to roleplay the whole situation, is Das would inquire to Val about her family. Just because knowing that we sent that box back during the week. Just ask you about if you have kids and stuff, if that is something you're willing to talk about.
Well, why not role play it? We're here to make believe.
Sure, yeah, if you want to take the time to do it, absolutely.
Do it.
So basically the question would just be, so, you, seem pretty intent on sending a big chunk of your cut back home. Who's waiting for you at home that you send so much gold?
It is reason why I choose adventure. If there were job that pay better than this, I would be doing that. But I have 2 children at home. And husband and his family live with us. It is not cheap to live in city.
You're telling me. Well, what are your kids' names?
There is Dutch and Eliza.
These are fine names. I am curious. How likely do you think it is that your husband will be able to decode the password that we put on that box?
I sent in letter, it is date of our anniversary. You believe that would be something he would remember, no?
You know, you're right. Why would he not be able to remember something so important? I feel there's a special space in every man's mind where he keeps such pivotal pieces of information locked away, as it were.
It would be cheaper to not live in city, but it is nice being so close to house. I was not always working for house, but they provide opportunity I did not have before.
Well, you do have to take opportunity when it strikes. This is true. I'm sure your family greatly appreciates the lengths you go for them.
It would be nice to see them more often. That is why I hope we get just job done, head back to city, maybe spend some time there. I understand that job takes us to faraway places, and it is sometimes difficult.
I would just kind of leave it on that note, like not really having anything insightful to say about it.
And remember, Posh is there, so if you have comments, you can feel free to speak up.
If it was not for house, I would have not met Posh.
True.
Well, through whatever random happenstance, we've all met each other through it for better or for worse, so I would say things are for better so far anyways.
Based on the awkward silence, I'm going to guess that the two of you that haven't readied up just forgot about the ready
Sorry,
check.
No, I
that
had
was
my
me. That was
notes
me.
up.
My bad.
Okay, that's fine. All right. So it's let's say it's around this time that Esperna and Gila will emerge from within the broken mug.
And his chest muscles. You could see them through the shirt. And she smacks you a little bit too hard and then catches you immediately and stands you back up. And it's just like, how big do you think his hammer is? And like lifts up one of Das's wrists and is just like, probably about the size of him, and drops it.
His pecs were easily bigger than my face. Just gonna rub the spot where she smacked me.
He will
So-
also take a moment to rub the spot where she smacked you.
Don't you worry. When we come back, I'm gonna make you look so pretty before we go see him. He won't even look at that barmaid.
Good luck with
Barmaid.
that. She doesn't even wash her hair.
She's gonna like look back and forth between her hands and like down at herself.
And
then
then,
just
not that you
kinda
don't look
shrug.
pretty all the time, because you do look pretty all the time. But we're gonna put her to shame.
I think as long as I look strong, I look my best.
Did you guys manage to actually get any information, or did you just set Hila up on a date for when we come back?
There are there are important things happening in there, girl time related.
I highly doubt that, but the question stands.
We got some very good information, I will have you know, through our feminine wiles. Or rather, Gila's feminine wiles.
She smiles and there's gravel stuck in her teeth.
Go on.
Okay, well, I'll
You
just
can fight a bear.
I'll just word vomit at them everything that
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
So you, everybody is now in possession, in character, of all the knowledge of what transpired.
Okay. I have a question for you out of character.
For me?
Yes.
Okay.
Do I know what a lycanthrope is?
Is there any reason that you should?
Well, I read a lot of books. That's the main
Okay.
reason I can think of.
Let me check their categorization real quick, because I
Sure.
don't actually know what their. Oh, interesting. Okay, and then that would be a local knowledge check, and I'm going to ask for intelligence on it.
Okay. Say 13.
No.
Cool. Then I have nothing
there-
to contribute.
Let's say that when you encounter one, there might be a light bulb moment of a passing passage that you encountered once, but nothing comes to mind based off of the retelling.
Yeah. Well, sounds like maybe they encountered someone like you, SB.
What do you mean, you people? No, I'm kidding. I get that impression too, but I mean, I feel like druids would need a reason to do something so violent, and the reason would be that maybe Kustine is doing something wrong, like something that's harming nature.
It's true.
If
Yeah.
he is buying out land and just leaving it to rot, basically, maybe they take issue.
But if it's going, if the land is sitting fallow, then it's technically, in a way, going back to nature.
Hmm.
I suppose
mean,
you did mention that he is not taking main road. Obviously, he is moving cattle. Maybe he is bringing them through area that is imposing on them.
It's
The-
it's possible.
The other survivor, he said he had his arm ripped off.
Yeah, Roddy or something was his name.
It could be worth tracking him down to investigate his wounds.
Hmm.
Also, why would the druids want the cattle? Like, if they were just trying to scare off Kustine from doing whatever it was he was doing, why wouldn't they attack that specific area? Or even the ranch itself? Why just kill a bunch of birds and steal cattle? What use do they have for the cattle, unless they're using the blood for something?
They're very valuable.
This is true. Although it also is not something that typically falls in line with the druidic way. So it is logical that they may not be druids.
There's
but
value
some-
other than money, Das. Fat, meat, metal.
The blood.
Right. But any capable druid wouldn't need to hassle ranchers to get food. The blood is the main thing, so either they're using it for something dangerous, potentially, or they're seeking monetary gain.
It could be larger picture. Perhaps they are working for someone else who has investment in seeing Gustein fail.
Well, Pindar did say that this was all not right. So perhaps Zeb Gustein, maybe he's got something to hide. Perhaps maybe there's more to this than just a druid.
He did also mention that name, La Plaga.
The god of the god of death, the god of the dead. I've heard that name before.
La Plaga is well known. They are the inevitable. They are a god of death, nature, and magic. In fact, they are the House of Death. They are homed in the Aldous Empire, so they're on Ornhala. A history check, please, from anybody who feels like their character might have house knowledge.
Sure.
Hela concerns herself with no god other than Pale.
26.
26 is fantastic. The
Hela,
House of
that was-
Death. No,
Sorry,
ahead.
I was just gonna say, Hela, that was a badass sentence.
So the House of Death is seated firmly in the Aldous Empire in Aldous, I believe, and it is around the house that the Empire formed. They are best known for producing the world's most accomplished assassins, alchemists, especially those specializing in poisons, and necromancers. They do employ freelancers. They do not employ unsworn. So no, if you do not work for a house, or if you are not house sworn, you may not work for them in any way whatsoever. And the head of house is Grandmaster Vigilus Umbra, shadowy figure who is said to have risen to power, perhaps through the house's namesake.
Okay.
Their symbol is a skull with a centipede crawling out from one eye and a gemstone in the other.
I will basically just say that verbatim to the group.
Well, he didn't say that he worked for that house or anything like that. It just means that he probably doesn't want to carry that weight with him into the afterlife. Is the context that he was using when he mentioned it. He's like, I don't want to be responsible. I don't want to have that weight on my conscience when I'm...
I see it as more like you mentioned that he mentioned La Plaga, and Das pushed his glasses up his nose with two fingers
Yeah.
and said, well, the House
Actually...
of Death.
Oh, wait,
Pretty
here, I
much.
got it. Here, I got it, you guys. I got it. Actually...
Oh, no, not even a well, actually. Just like, oh, you mentioned something I know things about? Blech. So the Jeopardy theme is playing in my head at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was
End of
ugly and
sentence.
concerned.
Sorry, I was taking notes.
Okay.
Would it
So-
be worth our time to find man with missing arm?
Would he know any more than what we just found out?
Give me a local knowledge check. You're gonna gather information.
You probably wouldn't know more, but
I don't even care what the check is, because no matter what, you're gonna get the same info. Nobody has seen a one-armed man come through town recently. No matter, like you can ask several people, and you know, other than Pendar, it's likely that nobody has any idea where he went.
okay.
I guess a guild representative might know something. They would mention that Pendar is the only hatchling that returned to Black River, but he did report that there were 2 survivors.
Gotcha.
You guys, we forgot to tell Pendar the story of Rasmus and Ragnar.
Darn, we
Marcia-
better go back in.
Marcia told us specifically. And we can't go back in there. It's too embarrassing.
Oh, Hila would die. She would die if she went back in uninvited.
We'll just make something up when we go back and talk to Marcia. I can't go back in there. I think I insulted the bartender.
I am not too particular with common terms of, let's call it, hint dropping. But I believe she was not actually telling us to tell story, but giving excuse to give name.
Yep, that checks
Yep,
out.
yeah.
But just in
That was the
case,
smartest.
we should have our celebratory. Oh my gosh, celebratory drink here.
I think the
Yes!
sputtering fits the character.
When we get back, we should have our celebratory drink here. For
And then we
sure.
can tell him.
Yes,
all
we'll
about
tell him
Or-
that story then. Yeah.
Or we could go to a place that doesn't have rainwater leaking through the shingles.
Or we could go here.
I think it would be Thatch, but yes.
You have an issue with rain?
No, I have an issue with places that serve beverages that make machines throw up. And I just looked at Posh. I'm like, look at him. If that
Good point.
grog did that to him, I don't even want to imagine what is happening inside of your biology right now.
I'm just gonna point at Gila.
I
She's
drank
fine.
this much.
Yeah, but you also eat dirt.
It's good for your bones.
I can explain to you why that's not true, but I won't.
All right, so what is the plan moving forward? Would you like to try and gather more information? Is there anything that you would like to prepare, or do you want to try and go ahead and start heading out?
So, out of character, what else could we possibly benefit from knowing?
Well, there were a couple of hints that were dropped in terms of additional details, but you guys do know that Kustine Ranch hired the group of hatchlings to escort his rancheros. You've got the retelling as it was given by Pendar Lesser. You know that the surviving hatchlings reported men who turned into beasts, led by a twig of a woman who changed into a terrifying bear. And he talked about how their blades struck hide as strong as stone. There are maybe 1 or 2 more things you could learn. I'll call attention to it because it probably was glanced over, easily forgotten. There was mention that Zeb trades with all 5 nations of Menahoem, which would be kind of a big deal.
Mm-hmm. Are there any nations that have a penchant for magic that turns you into an animal?
Well, maybe. Does the House of Magic count as a nation?
Ikalam is a nation.
Yo.
They are an independent commonwealth.
So that would be a big deal because they don't really hold a lot of territory, and they certainly don't hold a lot of territory this far south. So it would be a big deal for him to be trading with a house that is very well known for their secrecy and their help me out here. What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Separatism?
Isolationism.
Isolation.
Thank you. They're very isolationist.
So the 5 nations of Ornhala would be the Minohol Monarchy, the Aldous Empire, Kingdom of Volant, the Independent Commonwealth of Ikalum, and the Olansud Orc tribe.
Oh, I didn't even think about the orcs. Shit. What is he doing trading with them? Fuck. Oh, I don't like that at all. I don't like that
Making
one
money.
bit.
It doesn't feel right that it went from hatchling to it seems like a job gone wrong. It doesn't seem right.
Well, like, I agree with you entirely, Posh. So, like, it's a job specifically requested by the Baron. Why would they start with hatchlings? Like, if the Baron is asking for somebody, he's not gonna choose the bottom of the barrel, untested nobodies as a personal favor to a friend. Oh, here's some garbage people to go with your cowboys, with your very expensive cattle. No, that doesn't make any sense at all.
Maybe we ask the Baron. Maybe we just lay bare what we have, see what's up. You know.
Yeah, if we could get audience with the Baron, I feel like that could be useful. But at the same time, it would be very bad if we were to insult him.
That's true.
The other part that's a little sketchy is that only 3 rancheros were sent.
Yeah.
This whole
For
thing
20 head of cattle.
It screams of setup.
Yeah.
I thought we were cool with the Baron, but
Well, we are right now, but if we go over there and start pointing fingers, it's gonna look a little, you know.
If only you knew somebody who was close to the Baron.
If only we knew somebody named Morris who was close to the Baron. If only
Morris
that.
doesn't remember shit. He's not gonna be able to help us.
he's
He
got
will
he's
be
got
able to
leeway.
help
He's
us.
got we've
I
got
think-
favor.
I don't think Morris is the right
Maybe-
person.
Maybe the what's his name? The other dude, the guard captain, or the
Oh yeah.
shit. What is his name?
Vilas?
Oh yeah, the
Vilas?
cool guy.
Vilas? I
Vi-
can't remember how to
Vilas.
pronounce it.
Vilas is fine. Vilas might work. He's one of the Baron's men. He's with the House of Justice. There's also the Baron's close personal friend and game warden of Black River,
The game warden. That's who I'm thinking of.
Curtis Yeager.
Yeah, that guy, the one who took the foot.
Just gonna write that down.
Could this be insurance
Why
fraud?
would I not have written that down?
That's literally what I was thinking. Like, this literally sounds like insurance fraud.
Who pays
Well-
them insurance?
Well, insurance isn't really a thing in this regard, but I think you have a good train of thought there. Like, how would he stand to benefit? Who would stand to benefit from something like this? Is a fun line of thinking.
Maybe
If-
he was
if
double
this is all
dipping
a
on
setup,
trade.
Sure. That's one way to look at it.
Like, he could have made up a trade to trade those cattle to one nation and then had a deal with another to leave them unguarded and get both payments, and then to the one he was supposed to sell to say, sorry, the cattle got stolen. And then he actually made a deal with the people who stole them to leave the convoy unguarded so that they could easily take the cattle.
What's the
You
likelihood
were
that the
so
Baron would
Canadian. It was
know that?
cute. You said sorry.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Doxy, I didn't hear your question.
That's okay. Wolf, he says A all the time too. It's the greatest. But what's the likelihood that the Baron would know about the unscrupulous activities that the rancher is up to?
Well, if he's commissioning hatchlings to go on a mission like this, it puts him in a bad light. And
It
makes
sounds
it look
to
like he
me-
knows.
It sounds to me like you guys might be curious to learn just how close of a relationship the Baron has
Yeah,
with
that's
the
what
rancher.
I'm thinking.
Good call.
So maybe the locals would have that knowledge.
Damn it! If only we had thought of that while we were still talking to Pendar.
No. I'm telling you, if you want to ask around town, I'll
Right, but we could have
knowledge
maybe
local check.
gleaned that from Pendar, who like has
Yeah,
sort
true.
of a relationship with the rancher.
True.
Sort of
True.
a relationship with the rancher.
And sort of a relationship with the
With
Baron.
the Baron too, yeah. Fuck.
Would any of the houses like sound familiar to be dealing with that type of transformation type stuff from the ones that he's trading with?
You know, are you asking me out of character what I think you're asking me?
I don't even know what I'm asking you. Would any of our characters have knowledge of any of the 5 houses being related to that type of magic?
No, I don't think any of the Ornhala houses would be anything related to that.
What is the current status of like the houses like Menahem and Aldous and Volant specifically? Like, we're not currently at war. Like, the 3 houses aren't currently at war, are they?
The houses don't go to war. The houses are corporate entities. They disagree with one another and they have natural rivals. Like the House of Justice is rivals with the House of Luck and the House of Vengeance. The House of Luck is actually located on Nightfall and the House of Vengeance is on Arelon. So on Ornhala, most houses kind of get along for the sake that they're all, sharing space.
So with the exception of the Olan suit orcs, we can kind of glean from that the nations are not currently at war with each other.
Well, the orcs are doing their own thing. They're very Mongolian in that regard.
They're being orcs up there, yeah.
But no. Actually, the nations are at war. Minaholm currently has a treaty with both Aldous and Volant, but Volant and Aldous are actively warring.
Well, shit.
And Neotalum has allied with Aldous.
God.
So that could be something. If we're thinking that it's house related.
Big picture.
If he's selling to everybody, then they may have found out and not wanting the other side to come in and
Yeah, one of the houses could have threatened him actually and said like, "You're gonna leave this shipment of cattle unguarded."
Oh, that makes sense.
This is getting some heavy shit in here now.
This is yes, deep.
I don't know about this. You
This
guys.
is getting into some
This
like
went
deep
from-
state conspiracy.
Yeah, this went from being like go hunt down the cattle rustlers, yeehaw, to suddenly there's chemtrails everywhere, and I'm getting real nervous in here real fast.
So if we want to look at it from the corporate espionage route, houses that do not accept freelancers and unsworn, how strict are those?
Oh, if it says no, they do not.
Like even in a sense for like wet work type stuff?
Well, that's what there are blanks. Houses have blanks. They're unlicensed or unregistered adventurers sworn to uphold the house's desired. They are off the books entirely.
Okay.
Like specifically what they are. I'm pretty sure that Posh is actually a blank.
Mm-hmm.
So he exists within the Birds network, and he exists within the House of Justice network, but the two are not tied. His name is not registered under both in any regard. Like, he doesn't bear any insignia that marks him as a member of the House of Justice unless it is intentional.
So this twig lady, perhaps she's a blank from somewhere.
Could be.
Mm.
Could be. I think at the end of the day, we need to track this person down and interrogate her.
Right. So
Well.
And
it
not
sounds
get
like
our
people.
arms ripped off at the same
Mm.
time.
I like
Well, I would like to know what is your immediate plan of action? Because like there was a brief mention of like going to ask the Baron something, or maybe asking one of the Baron's men or friends something, and then we kind of sidetracked real hard and got into the tinfoil.
There's an off topic that I would like to do, which is get some tents. Since it's getting cold.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. I mean, a tent. Let's see, what are they? This time of year, you could probably find a tent for 3 gold, and the tent sleeps 2.
So I think after we get tents, I think we were gonna ask around for the locals to see if we could get a bead on how close potentially the Baron and Kustine were.
Mhm.
We just wanted to get a feeler out for that. And then maybe go talk to the game warden to see what he knows about the situation. Same kind of questions maybe that we had asked of Pendar.
And depending on what we learn, if we find out that maybe the Baron doesn't actually like the rancher very much, maybe go speak to the Baron and be like, something's up.
Well, if he doesn't like the rancher very much, it's possible that he's the one who arranged for them to send hatchlings, knowing that it would fuck him over, basically.
But then why would he want us to go?
So if the Baron goes and says, "Hey, we're gonna draw up the guild card," would it then be the game warden who deals with that?
What draws up the guild card?
Yeah, who like sets up the parameters of the quest to be submitted to the guild?
The submitter would, so that would have been the Baron himself.
Mm.
So he would have had to, he
Like,
can't just wave at a butler and have somebody go write the guild card.
He could probably dictate intentions to somebody who served him, and they would write it and deliver it to the guild. But it's ultimately he's still the one dictating.
Because I would have been curious if we could gather information on what the first guild card looked like.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Because it wouldn't have
so-
been deal with the rustlers; it would have been an escort.
So DOS can actually tell you that in the event of a failed quest, if the quest is changed, the original card is destroyed. But, Pindar could have potentially still had his quest card, as could Roddy.
Roddy.
And the gossip at the guild hall might have snuck a peek at that one too.
Oh shit, you're right. Marsha may have snuck a look.
We should go talk to our girl, Marcia. I think that's
So
a good starting
smart, Belle.
place.
So smart.
She loves gossip.
Because I think if we can figure out
Hot
what the
goss.
parameters were for the first guild card, that might give us some more
Mm.
insight on intention, on if they were planning it would fail, or if they had every expectation to succeed.
Mhm.
We
Alright.
should be prepared if we're gonna go talk to her, though, that we're gonna have to have some kind of gossip in exchange for her.
We'll just
We
tell
could
her
tell-
that I have a crush on Pendar.
Ooh.
And a standing date, actually. He invited me to come and meet with him anyway.
He did.
Okay, in the event that fails, what else do we
Okay, that it's a setup.
How about that Val stole a kid out of Pond Frog?
Ooh, that's pretty good, actually.
Mm.
I mean, I'll give you this one too. You guys did go to Oracle Lake.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did go to Oracle. Lake.
I won't tell you the next step of that light bulb. Hopefully, it will turn on for you guys. But you did go to Oracle Lake.
We
I
saw
didn't.
a house on fire. We saw a dragon. And something
Well,
about a shield. I have it
If
written
people
down
don't go
somewhere.
out there very much, everyone's like, "Oh, Oracle Lake, it's this fantastical thing," and then we go there and it's a puddle. So
Maybe-
people might not know that it is just a puddle.
Maybe we would just ask her, hey, what do you know about Oracle Lake? We've been there. And then
Okay, clearly, I love you guys too much because who did you take to Oracle Lake?
Oh, we took Morris.
we can't reveal Morris's.
No.
Marsha's cool. She'll keep it under wraps.
Yeah.
Marsha's cool. Nobody named no. Marsha Petty. Like, she's bound to be petty. First of all, it's in her name.
Wow, I am not so shallow.
The king of puns is not so petty as to name somebody
Hey,
petty if
hey.
they're not going to be petty. Really?
If anything, it's usually the opposite. Pindar Lesser, come on.
I was just
I
about to
would-
say.
I would like
The
to-
guy's
I would
name
like-
was Tiny and he was huge. Like,
I would like to point out that there was a druid who turned into a bear named Grills in our last campaign. So
Yeah?
this nonsense about her not
And-
being petty is not is
no,
falling
okay,
on deaf ears right
I'm
now.
firmly on your side now.
So-
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
And
You're not going to convince me that she is not a petty person who will
Especially somebody
gab
who
all
loves-
over town.
Yeah, somebody who
and
loves
anyway,
gossip with the last name Petty.
so back on track. What is the plan?
Well, hang on. Is it common knowledge that we found the Baron's brother? No.
Oh yeah, I think gossip has easily spread that the third son of the king has returned.
Right. Okay. Well, that's not really. Never mind.
We could tell her we caused the Goldflum invasion.
Ooh. No.
I don't think we
We
should do
didn't.
that
Well,
at all.
Technically, we don't.
We take that to the grave.
Gar's grave.
Let's maybe start with the
Can I just clarify the Oracle Lake moment that we had? That vision we saw was because of Morris touching the water, right? That wasn't any of us who triggered that.
we there were two visions. There was the vision for Morris, and then we all had a group vision because both Gila and Posh both tried to do separate visions, but they were the same. Or rather, Posh got notification that we had already had our vision for the year, and which was the dragon in the house and the shield, versus Morris's, which was the demonic-y thing that came out. I have notes. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
I wrote down our vision, and then I wrote down
Oh.
DeCesso's name, and then in parentheses put Rick voice.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Viscous demonic head and claws. Man falls backward with something escaping from him. That was Morris's vision.
Yeah, that won't mean anything to anybody.
Morris did have a dream about Emil.
Dying.
So that, yeah, he's kind of prophetic now, maybe?
Mm. That he was possessed.
I feel like we are grasping at straws.
What
Okay.
what a wonderful way to start a rumor engine.
So, why don't we start with the villagers, get a beat on the relationship with the Kustein and the Baron, talk to the game warden, buy tents, get on the road.
Well, I think
again
you've already.
think-
I go ahead.
I again think that Gila should not be put in front of any kind of baron. So I could maybe go procure tents while you guys talk to, in case you have to go talk to the baron, in case you find out that something's fishy there. If you want. No, like, no, super.
I think that's
pressure.
fine.
Sure.
Would it be a good idea to also try and put a beat out on a small woman that turns into a bear?
Well, I don't necessarily know that she's going to be turning into a bear in the middle of town. But
No.
maybe a
There might be a
small,
legend or something.
Hmm.
a small twiggy
So
woman.
looking for local legends of people that transform.
Mm.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna gather local knowledge to determine the type of relationship the Baron has with Kustein Ranch and Kustein himself. You're going to see if there are perhaps any local legends pertaining to people transforming into animals, and then you're going to go talk to Curtis to see if you can get any more information on the Baron and Kustine. Is that right?
Yes.
That's 3 local rolls, and they can be made as a group, sans Gila. So I'll take, you can have advantage on those since you have help.
I would specifically like to split off and go talk to the House of Justice since they're peacekeepers here. So
Mhm.
maybe they have a different perspective on it versus
Okay.
what regular
that's-
citizenry would.
Okay.
That's fine. You can give me let's see that I'll just set a different DC. So yeah, same thing. Local, give me a local check and then just kind of give me an overview of what you're looking for.
With wisdom?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you go and you're talking to members of the house, and what is it that you're kind of looking for out of them?
I know that they would end up being kind of closer to the higher ups here as
Yeah.
opposed to the regular citizens. So I don't know if maybe in their rumor mills.
So
They
you're
would've
still
heard of-
looking for information for like the Baron's relationship with Kustine Ranch.
Yes. And if
yeah.
they've been sent out there maybe a little too often to look at stuff and deal with issues.
Sure. Actually, it funny you say that because they will talk about how there's always trouble at Kustine Ranch every autumn. That is when they let you know, like, that's when the most herd of cattle go disappearing, and every year Kustine petitions Jans to send a patrol out to ensure that there wasn't foul play. Is that satisfactory?
Yeah,
You feel
and
like
we're
they're-
currently
okay.
like we're end of autumn at this point, right?
You're
Because we-
you're like mid autumn, like you're getting your first late autumn storms of snow and stuff.
Okay, so if that's the case, given the time of year that we're in, has this already happened for them?
Yeah, they had their first patrol. They say probably maybe about a month ago.
Okay.
They said that they took I guess let's see what house would that be? That would have been Hala. Yeah, they took somebody from the House of Life with them as well, who kind of determined that there was a bit of a sickness that had taken several cattle.
Interesting. Okay, and then I guess just as a gut feeling, does this seem like it's leaning towards favoritism?
So the gist that you get out of it is that they're annoyed that it feels like he can request so much, but that ultimately Kustine Ranch is largely perhaps the largest contributor of like tax into in revenue into the barony, and is perhaps responsible for the just like general lavishness and wealth of the barony itself.
Okay, that'll do. Thank you.
And there was, I believe, another local check from the rest of the group. Kind of get the general gist of the town.
Is that me again?
So there are 3 rolls, and so that I would like them to be each be made by a different person if we can. So one from Posh, one from Das, and one from Esperna.
Sure. Are they all whiz?
Yeah, all with advantage, all wisdom.
Oh, okay.
Ruh-roh.
Oof.
Okay, so I'm actually gonna do these. So Esperna is asking locals. Posh will go and speak with Curtis since he knows you and won't treat you like a traditional Warforged. And then Das, you were what was the last one?
Local legends.
Oh, local legends. Okay, so Esperna, you get the feeling that the people actually are very happy that Kustine Ranch is around, and that they are like, they don't think, nobody really thinks that the Baron is best buds with Kustine because they never really visit each other. The Baron never makes any trips to the ranch. There's nothing special that goes on there. They just talk about how the fact that maybe the Baron is a bit beholden to Kustine Ranch just because of their contribution. Posh, you'll learn that Curtis knows that Zeb Kustine is the latest owner of the ranch, or the latest owner of Kustine Ranch, that it gets passed down, that he's been a bit reclusive, but that he had been out there a few times himself at the Baron's request, and it's usually, he says it feels like it's a sense of obligation rather than outright friendship. And then lastly, DOS, local legends. No, nobody knows. Like, they ask if you're talking about those weirdos that worship Pale up in the north.
Mm-hmm. I feel like specifically I spend most of my time looking for a library, which doesn't exist here.
Well, no, the Baron would have a library. And you could, yeah, absolutely. So if you wanted to spend a day, I'll give you a little bit of a different DC, but you're going to find much the same. That really the only references to any such legend are the druids that worship Pale far to the north. Or there's also the House of Vizarona, which is House of Plenty in Nightfall.
Okay.
There's also the pagan god Hotame Hetane, which is worshipped by those who change form.
Okay. Well,
The wild one.
Yeah. What would I know about that deity? in
Give me a history
particular?
check,
Sure.
because we don't have religion, do we? I think I eliminated that.
It's on my
let's see.
sheet.
Yeah, no, we still have it.
Oh yeah, we
Oh,
still
is
have
it?
it.
You can
You want a
give me a
religion
religion.
check?
So
Okay.
well, just we'll take the same roll. Just what's the bonus?
It's gonna be 2 worse.
Okay, so that would be 8.
Yeah.
The only thing you know about Hotame Hetame is let me pull up my pantheon here so I can give you the correct information. Hotame Hetane is a deity of deception, and you recall that their symbol is a paw print inside of a handprint, and that they are called the Wild One.
Ooh.
Okay. Copy that.
Okay, so that's the result. Like, everybody can kind of gather back together and say, Doss spends the entire day in the Baron's library looking for this information. So the rest of you may have gathered together at some point, realized where he was, and gone about doing your own things. Given that enough has passed, I think that we can consider Gila having purchased the tents to be past tents. So that depending on how many you purchase, they're 3 gold each.
I'm gonna buy one for each of us.
Okay.
Can we give you some money for that?
It will
I'm
put
gonna
me
give
at
you
an
money for
even
that.
200 gold, and that will make me happy.
I'm gonna put money in your pocket when you're not looking.
When I'm not looking, it might. And I imagine you guys find her, and she's just like carrying 5 tents like it's fucking nothing. She like has them all under one arm.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome.
And she's spinning a basketball with her free hand.
What's a basketball?
She's spinning a gourd
Well,
with her free
it's a
hand.
basket that she crushed into the shape of a ball.
So are we like in late evening at this point, Ben?
I mean, I was going to give you guys like late afternoon without DOS. If you wanted to.
without
kind of-
DOS, do we want to try and go see if Petty's willing to dish some tea?
Sure.
Okay. So you guys head to the guild office. You'll find Marsha Petty still working as the clerk. Yeah. She looks up and smiles at you and says, "Oh, You're back already. I trust that our good friend Pendar just was thrilled by your retelling of the tale.
Oh, yes. He made a face like this, and I'll make like a. I'll do my best impression of Pendar and try to look like really big.
She'll kind of cluck and be like, ah, yes, that is classic Pendar. And she's gonna like kind of close the big tome in the front. She's like, now I'm sure you'll excuse me, but it actually is the end of my shift, and I was just going to be headed out for the day, unless there was something that you needed specifically from me.
As we understand, you seem to have your ears open for certain information that maybe others do not know.
Why,
You
I
were-
don't know what you're implying, but I am flattered that you're listening.
We had some, call them concerns regarding quest that we are currently on before it was promoted to our rank.
Well, as I'm sure you, as vultures, are aware, if you have any complaints with the status of your quest, those have to be taken up with either the guild chief, which happens to be Osric Malkler, or you could go speak with the quest giver themselves, which in this case is our lovely Baron Johns Matheson. Excuse me, Jans Matheson.
I would not call them complaints, rather curiosity.
She'll kind of flex her eyebrows at you and like, curiosity now. That's a word I like the meaning of.
The quest we have now, it is to deal with interloper, but as we understand before, it was just standard escort.
Well, that is certainly news to me, she says, kind of giving you the wink.
We are wondering why escort quest would be given to hatchling given value of property.
Well, I'm sure you know it is standard guild policy that clerks do not preview the contents of quests. That is only between the guild office clerk supervisor and the quest giver and the birds themselves. So I wouldn't know a thing. I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
I understand, but you stand so close on counter, maybe a person hold guild card at the wrong angle, you happen to see.
Now, what are you implying, miss? That I would snoop on someone else's quest?
I would not say snoop, I would say well informed.
Well, all I know is that I heard Pendar and a couple of his friends maybe chatting one night at the tavern.
Hila looks at Marsha and then looks in the direction of the bar that we just came from, just back and forth.
Mm.
And what did maybe you overhear while you were at the tavern?
You know, I just, it was so long ago, I can't quite recall.
Well, you know, one might overhear us telling quite a story at the bar as well.
Well, that's I believe that is the trappings of most bars and taverns. They're places for tales. That's why bards are so often on their hearth.
Well, it's just that we have such a good story about our friend Val here, and who took a child away from Pond Frog. You know, it would
Well,
only.
That does sound like a mighty fine tale. And, you know, I was thinking of having a drink before I headed home this evening. So maybe you could spin a yarn for me on our way over there.
Why, I think that would be lovely. What do you guys think?
This gentle old lady would certainly appreciate a fine escort to her favorite establishment by such fine birds as yourself.
Hila looks
Sweet.
once again in the direction of the busted mug.
All right, let's do it. Let's go have a drink with the DMV lady.
All right, so give me a negotiation check, and it can be charisma based on this tale of child abduction.
Anybody charismatic?
Poshes.
In her own way.
I
Not
want to
the
hear
numbers,
Posh's
Tom.
rendition of giving
Oh,
the child a
God.
knife and taking him away from Pond Frog.
As much as it would be fun to hear that in the interest of some expediency, I think we'll just take a roll this time.
Okay. Sorry, but I'm making
Negotiation, charisma.
negotiation. Okay. Yes. Advantage or no?
No.
Okay.
She is an experienced gossip, so. So, she's thrilled by your tale, which finishes perhaps a little bit sooner than you anticipated. You're not quite at the tavern yet, and no, she is not going to the busted mug. She is traveling to a much nicer part of town, but she'll as she gets there, she'll kind of turn to you and look around and say, "Now you didn't hear this from me or nobody at the guild, but." When that quest come through from the Baron, he told us make sure it was hatchlings, because he was tired of bending over backwards for that asshole of a Gorgon, or excuse me, for that Gorgon's ass of a rancher down at Kustein's.
Interesting. Okay.
And now this is just a little bit of extra pepper on top for that nice little kick, but I may have seen a bit of the quest card, which just looked like Kustein was saying that he had trouble filling hands and he couldn't afford to send as many of his ranchers on the little cattle herd, so he just wanted some help from the guild. That's all.
You don't trouble like maybe he's in
You got cut off by Discord.
maybe he's in financial trouble, so he can't pay
Oh, I don't-
rancheros.
I don't think Mr. Kustein has any trouble with money, no, but I have said too much. I really appreciate you walking me all the way here, but it's been nice chatting with you. I'm sure I'll see you again soon.
Thank you, Marsha.
And she's going to duck inside and kind of give you a wave back behind her shoulder.
Well,
Interesting.
so having trouble filling hands. Not necessarily financial trouble, but there was this one summer. My great grandfather's farm burned to the ground because it was so dry you could fry eggs on a rock. And after that, he couldn't hire anybody to help him replant the fields at all. And not because there wasn't enough work or enough money for it, it's just nobody wanted to go to the trouble because it was too much trouble. And I think this is the same thing. Maybe Kustein has a reputation. And maybe people don't want to work for him now. I mean, didn't Pendar say that he didn't want to go work for the man who bought his farm?
Good point.
So maybe it's not necessarily financial trouble, it's that people don't want to work for him.
His reputation.
It is also possible he expected cattle be attacked, so he sent only expendable.
Either way, I think that we have reached a happy place for a break. We'll take 10, I think. Come back at 55. Is that okay with everybody?
Yep.
Perfect.
And then we can go ahead and get on with part 2 of tonight's session.
Cool.
Sounds good.
All right, you guys are good. I'm gonna put myself in the secret channel. I won't be able to hear ya.
That is a wonderful time to vacuum. Also, hello, everybody. All right, so we should be good. All right. So we kind of left off there. Information had been gathered. You guys had kind of gleaned a bit of info from Marsha as well as the locals. I'd say at this point is a good enough point to go and meet back up with Doss, wherever you guys chosen meeting places. I don't actually know. I believe there was some modest accommodation that was paid for while you were here, or if you're, I know that Gila was electing to stay in the free housing provided by the guild.
I mean, I've been paying for a room this whole time, so if you guys want
Right.
to see the lap of moderate accommodations, then come on by.
Well, I was technically also paying for a modest accommodation,
Yeah.
so
Right.
Oh,
Right.
perfect.
So either, I mean, we could say that you both of you are in the same building. That'd be fine. So you could meet up there. Let's say it's just a nicer inn, or a standard inn, even that serves alcohol that is palatable, and real food as well. But everybody kind of gathers back together, kind of share your findings. But I guess the real question is, what is the plan moving forward with this newfound information?
well, we know that. Well, we don't know, but I get the impression that maybe the Baron isn't in on it.
No, I think this is a favor for a wealthy friend, perhaps.
Or even that he feels like he has to step it up by elevating the rank of bird that goes, because it went so badly when he only sent hatchlings. So now he's trying to maybe save a little bit of face by sending somebody more qualified.
Yeah, so Baron, cool. He's fine.
Not evil.
Not evil.
As far as we know.
As far as we know.
Kustein,
Maybe
dodgy.
evil.
I don't. From what we've put together and what we have, I don't trust. I don't trust him one bit.
Yeah, we should definitely demand the butter before setting out. We should probably go check in with him and then.
Are we still okay? Are we still doing this with everything that we know?
We accepted the quest card. We gotta do it.
Yeah, we're stuck with it.
Okay.
Point of order, are we stuck with it? Like, if we... out
There
of
are
character.
penalties for abandoning a quest, but
Okay.
you can do so.
Could we plead our case? Maybe? Or I guess it doesn't matter.
I mean, does anybody actually want to...
yeah, I was gonna say, other than the guild penalties, you would also be kind of putting it back in the face of the Baron.
Yeah.
Since this is a quest by endorsement only.
I mean, I don't want to abandon it. I'm just like, so we know for the future, if we feel like maybe we shouldn't have accepted something, we know that that's an option.
No, there are clauses which allow you to back out, and you can always argue your case to reduce the penalties. But yeah,
Do we, knowing what we know, can we ask for more from Kustein?
I would say that the amount that you're being paid is generous.
Bump it up.
Your pond frog nuisance quest paid half of this.
Good point.
Yeah, this is a good payment.
I agree with you guys that I think that we should pursue the butter cure prior to setting out.
All right.
But
let's do that first.
Yeah.
That's our next step, I think.
Like, the next step being go to the ranch, talk to Kustein, get butter cure.
Yeah.
Go fight strange bear twig lady.
Here's
Yeah.
the other thing we haven't really talked about. The recollection of the cattle was optional to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was listed as such on the guild card. Is that something we want to pursue?
Absolutely.
I mean,
50 gold
we
a
have
head.
someone who's
don't know if
pretty
that's-
handy with animals. Used to
Yeah.
be, yeah. She
I
likes.
can technically talk with animals, but I don't know if the cattle fall under that.
I think he was referring to the ability to handle animal rather than your ability to speak with
I
animals.
mean, I can
Just
do
all of
both.
the above. All of it. All of the animal stuff.
We're gonna need some rope.
I have rope.
Mm.
We're gonna need more rope.
You're not wrong.
So maybe when we're at the ranch, maybe we can request at least one ranchero to go with us, just because I don't know that any of us would know how to handle herding more than one,
Mm-mm.
at a time. So that might just be good to have on hand just for their knowledge.
Either way,
Is there
are we
a-
on the road?
Well, that's what I was about to say. Before you get on the road, is there anything you would like to purchase in town before you go? Perhaps rope or hats or horses?
Oh shit, horses.
Oh yeah, because
Yeah,
the
my
horses
horses
deaf.
my horses can get us there, but they're not going to be like they're not running horses. So,
Would the ranch have horses?
I think that's a safe assumption. Yeah.
Mm.
yeah, I would probably just make them give us horses.
That's fine. I just, I said it to say it, but also for the joke. So, if that's a no, then we can go ahead and set out on the road.
Well,
Before we
okay,
do-
so like here's my concern is how cooperative they would end up being.
I
We
think
can
if
say,
they-
yeah, we'll deal with this at the ranch, but
well, I mean, if a guy's willing to pay 1,000 gold, he's probably willing to lend us a couple of horses.
Well, it's the Baron that's paying us. Maybe we should stop and ask the Baron if we could borrow horses with maybe a
Oh.
deposit.
Mm.
Sure. That's not a bad idea.
Sure.
Actually.
Let's say that you guys request some of Jan's time, and like it's still evening, so he'll probably set it like he's not busy at the moment. He'll meet with you. You ask him if you can, be loaned horses, and he's basically going to tell you straight up. It's like, I don't own the stables. I'm Baron, and I have certain power, but the minute I go demanding things from others is it's not a good look. Let's say.
Mm. Fair.
He says, I could maybe send you something with a stamp, but let's be real. You guys are vultures with the guild. It's going to look real bad when the guild comes in demanding goods at a discount.
How much does a riding horse cost?
Well,
The first thing you should do is not type Borse instead of horse.
The second thing is what are we gonna do with presumably at least 4 horses at
well,
the
I'm sure
end
there's
of 4 days?
a rental option.
Or we could just sell the horses if we don't get attached, or we could keep them because they'll be useful.
Mm.
But then we gotta feed them.
Well, I mean, we already have 2 horses. What's another 4?
Also,
That won't
SP,
come
I'm
back
sure
to
that
bite
you can
us.
share a horse
well,
with
so-
me.
Oh yeah, for
you
sure. For sure.
You can rent like a coach cab, but not just like a horse.
Okay. How much is a horse?
I need a
because-
miniature pony.
Because if you're taking a horse from one stable to another, suddenly that stable, like he has to have a network of stable owners for him to not lose his horse, and have like there's got to be some, because otherwise you're just paying him like 10 copper for a horse and bailing.
See ya.
Well, I mean, we intend to come back. We could leave a deposit for the value of the horse.
You could.
And if something
It,
happens to the horse, and then he's still paid.
you know, the stable master might tell you the moment you gallop off the lot, the value plummets, but
Oh.
but no, I think if that's something that you guys wanted to try to negotiate, then that would probably be fine.
Let's stop at a stable real quick.
So give me a negotiation check, whoever's going to be the one doing the bartering.
Oh, wait. Before anybody does that, I have... Let me just check that this is the right thing. Yes, I have guidance as a cantrip,
Nice.
which I have
Nice.
prepared. So whoever wants to make the check can have a little boop and get a
Doesn't that seem super sus to
D4.
be talking to someone and then someone behind you's casting magic on you?
we could do it outside the stable and then go in.
And what's the duration on it?
Gosh, let me see.
Up to a minute.
Yeah.
Mm,
Just talk really fast.
Horses.
I don't think that's Val's strong
now,
suit.
please, rental.
I'd like to rent a horse. I don't have a lot of money. Takes way less than a minute to say.
This is true.
So how many do we actually need? We need 4?
Yeah, I can share.
Yeah.
There are 5
I'm
of
small.
Yeah.
I'm small,
She can
though.
share with me, right?
you. Maybe a
Doss.
warhorse.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, I think she is small. You could probably ride two to a saddle on a riding horse, but it is going to impact the mount.
I mean, I have.
here's the other
gold.
thing.
We
Are
can
we-
just
are
get
we still-
5.
Are we still bringing our cart too? If we're going out with 5 other horses?
Well, the intention is that we come back.
But are you taking the wagon? He's asking.
Mm.
Do we
I
need
see
it?
why we would.
Mm.
Because
No.
it's got all of our gear in it.
Yeah. Another. Mm.
Anything you can't carry in your backpack.
Yeah.
Mm. What if Spooner's on the wagon cart? And, well, no, because she still needs a horse.
Well, it's less that she needs a horse than just that if you get into a sprint, the horse bearing 2 is not going to be able to keep up.
Well, here's the deal. We could rent 5 horses. I tie my horse to the back of the wagon, drive the wagon to the ranch, leave the wagon and the horses at the ranch. We take the 5 riding horses out, and then when we're done, come back, collect everything, go back to town.
Perfect.
It's a little bit more complicated, but
Sounds good to me.
It's
At
the
least then-
easiest thing to do.
yeah, we don't have to leave our stuff in town where it's going to get
Yeah.
ransacked.
Okay. So the cost, or actually no, go ahead. I need a negotiation check.
I guess I'm the de facto negotiator. I don't think this conversation is going to be done in under a minute, so I'm not going to guidance. The gist of it is we would like to rent the horses, leave a deposit for the cost of them to be collected with the safe return of the horse, but rental fees are still paid, and we would like a contract for this
So
agreement as well.
He'll agree. I mean, contract, that's standard fare. He'll have his boy who knows his letters write a contract for you, which is very simple. It basically says that the 5 of you are responsible for the 5 horses, and the deposit will be returned once the horses are safely returned. So the deposit is 300 gold, and once you describe to him where you're going and approximately how long that the distance you're putting onto his horses, it would be 5 silver per horse, so 25 silver.
So a total of 300 gold and 25 silver.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
So 302.5 gold.
I will toss in 100.
Oh, sorry, I'm typing 302. Go.
And
Alright.
I throw my tent in the cart, by the way. My tent is
So
now
302 gold and 5 silver, basically. And tent in cart, got it. Or in wagon, we should say.
Since
There is a difference.
wagon. In the wagon. You are right. There's definitely a difference.
All right, I'll pay another 100 and the 25 silver.
I've been muted this whole time. If it's split evenly, it is 60 gold and 5 silver per person.
Well, that's
Perfect.
better. Yeah. All right.
Let's just do that.
So how much?
Perfect.
60 gold.
And
And 5
60
silver.
gold and
Five silver.
5 silver. Easy, easy.
Cool.
Math.
And somebody will need to carry the contract that has been signed by both parties.
That sounds like a job for our resident bookworm.
Yeah, I can carry that. I will put it in.
Do you
want to
lock that between 2 pages too?
I'm not going to lock it between 2 separate pages, but I am going to put it in my book, which is effectively locking it between.
So
Several
many
pages.
pages.
Yeah. Let's tuck
Okay.
that in the back of the old
So-
tome.
5 riding horses, along with saddle and care. Well, yeah, we'll say food's included. And you've got your contract. So are you guys setting out tonight?
Sooner the better.
Well, we still do need to rest.
We could set out at dawn.
Sounds great.
Okay. So this evening in Black River is the first of a pre-celebration the week leading up to Convalescence Day. And so in town, a few traveling mummers and performers and artists have congregated. If you guys would like to stop and see the show, you could spend some time there. There would be some strange delicacies from foreign lands, as they claim, or you can head straight to bed and head out in the morning.
You will.
You
like
can't
parties.
offer a festival and expect us to ignore it.
Can you
Also,
give-
Pendar might be there. Obviously, she's going.
So, forgive me, but the only thing that I know about Convalescence Day is that it has to do with elves, and it's kind of like their Day of the Dead kind of a thing. Can we get a little, can we maybe hear a little bit more information about what these festivities actually entail?
Well, okay.
What's
so
going on?
Convalescence Day is a global holiday that affects the entire world. But the elves just have like a little subsection that, well, actually, I believe. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, all the elves of Aliord. So perhaps Das would illuminate the group that there is a bit of a Day of the Dead ceremony wherein they honor the ancient tradition of death singing. So on Convalescence Day, the elves of Aliord tend to hold a bit of a ceremony that help that what their claim is that they help guide restless spirits from the material plane to their final rest. But what happens on Convalescence Day itself, or like Convalescence Day, is that basically it's the day that the world was put back together and magic was reintroduced. It was the victory of the efforts of so many eons ago when the new pantheon was formed. And so what happens is magic basically goes loco on that day, and mechanically all magic becomes wild magic on Convalescence Day.
Interesting.
I say that
And-
verbatim.
And so
Well,
we're
everybody-
on the eve, right?
No. Convalescence Day is in a week. This is a
Oh,
week-long
okay.
celebration
Oh, yeah.
leading up to it.
I thought we'd be dealing with repercussions like literally tomorrow. Okay.
That would actually
Comp-
honestly be better because then we wouldn't be out in the shit during wild magic time.
Hmm. It's a
We would just
scary
be-
time.
We would just be on the road instead of like actually fighting some lady who can turn into a bear.
I once met a man who turned himself into a potted plant on Convalescence Day.
Okay, I definitely want to hear that story at some point.
Well, he tried to cast a spell and he turned into a potted plant.
So yeah, great story. Thanks, Das.
Anytime.
Meanwhile, you're an elf. You've heard of death singing. Like, is it actual singing or like a
Well, the
chant,
interesting
or...
thing about that is
What's death singing, Wolf?
Actually, I'm going to let my 2 players who know exactly what death singing is tell you what death singing is. Susanna, if you would start, and then I believe that our friend Rumble can fill in the blanks.
Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm gonna be. Our story begins 1,000 years ago,
Give or take.
give or take, plus some change. With a mysterious entity known only as the Death Singer, who was a protector on the continent of Nightfall, who was said by the locals to keep the dead at rest.
And why is that?
Well,
Like, why did the dead need to be kept at rest?
the dead needed to be kept at rest because the gods were missing, and without the gods, they would not stay in the afterlife. So the dead would rise after falling and haunt the living eternally until being utterly destroyed over time or by, physically attacking. But without the Death Singer, things would fall into chaos and the dead would just riddle the continent.
Which is something that did happen because there was eventually a last Death Singer who mysteriously vanished. And the continent of Nightfall itself was then, I don't know, what'd be the nice term? Infested with undead?
Sure.
Not
Yeah,
not
pretty-
quite consumed, but infested is good, yeah.
So it became a large problem until another Death Singer was crowned.
So, in a nutshell, without the gods, when you died, there was nothing to guide you into an afterlife. And so your restless spirit basically just like hung around, and that manifested in basically, as they said, an infestation of undead, be they zombies, revenants, wights, wisps, like of all sorts, because there was nobody ushering spirits anywhere and they just kind of lingered. And there was a fellow who kind of took it upon himself, ended up as a lich, but didn't realize he was a lich. And so his mastery over the dead allowed him to keep the dead at bay. And, as Rumble mentioned, eventually something happened to him, and one of the quests that the adventurers at the time took was creating or finding a new Death Singer.
I say that verbatim.
And it was specifically Tolmuina elves who were kind of the birth of the person that became the last Death Singer.
They also make sure to mention that.
Yeah. He was eventually known as the Thrice King, Razan Holorant.
Mm-hmm.
Thrice King is such a badass fucking name.
There's a whole ordeal with that. That's from
that
the
I
last
actually do
campaign.
remember from reading through my racial notes about Tolmuina elves.
It was pretty fantastic.
So that's actually an event that was influenced by my players.
Cool.
Neato.
But yeah.
So yeah.
So what
That's
weird
it.
mini games do we have?
Well, I honestly, none. It's more of a spectacle, and if you guys are looking to purchase some weird things, there are strange food items and little trinkets and things like that. But the spectacle of the evening is an entertainer who wheels out a giant like a long wagon. It's like maybe 2 times longer than your standard wagon and a little bit taller. And once everybody's kind of gathered around, what he does is he pulls on some cords. And what happens is the wagon unfolds, revealing almost in caricature several warforged that are suspended by cables and string, all holding instruments of various kinds. And as he claps his hands and pulls a lever, they begin to perform as though puppets. Play, or like a music box playing a song for everybody that is kind of haunting and melodic. And I would say that most likely Doss would recognize it through his heritage in Esperna due to where she's from, as like it's the anthem of the kingdom of Volant.
I would
And it's just
study Doss to see if this upsets him.
You mean Posh?
Or Posh, yeah. Sorry.
I mean, it would be like seeing humans with strings attached, just plans and things. Yeah, he feels weird inside. He's not visibly upset, but this is doing things to him that he's not quite sure how to process right now.
well, I would also like to note that several people toss coins to the conductor of the performance as it concludes, but I wanted to ask if anybody wanted to do any oddities shopping.
Ooh.
Always.
I mean, duh.
Yeah.
Well, you will come to see a few familiar items, everybody but Doss, actually, in the confectionaries and stalls of those who have kind of set up to sell, including a box that rattles. One vendor claims that he has recently come across a rock from the floating islands of Okasarathna.
Is it Cicero?
It is not Decesso.
Oh, Decesso.
Yeah, Decesso is not present, but the items appear to be the same ones from his cart. One of them promises that they're selling the broken ritual dagger of a lich queen. Another says that this is the page from the spell tome of an infernal, and things of that nature.
I would like to take a couple minutes and cast Detect Magic on myself and just peruse these items with that active.
I mean, there are several items that bear a faint magical aura. Let's see. There's a piece of bark that glows faintly. There's an amulet that glows. I'm not intentionally recycling. It just so happens that these items are the same ones you guys had kind of encountered for various reasons. But piece of bark, there's an amulet with a fragment of white crystal, a vial of purplish soupy liquid, that broken dagger. Each one of these is very, very faintly magical. What else?
I would
No, that's it. So it's the piece of bark, the amulet, the vial of liquid, the broken dagger, the page that they claim is from an infernal spell tome. There are also just a few other random trinkets, like just teeth. There are some strange, like large. They look like leather. I want to say plates, but they're from a strange creature. Scales and things of that nature.
Specifically, what school of magic am I detecting off of the tome page?
Let me look and see what tome or what school of magic this is. I need to use Chrome because that actually has the thing. I believe it's conjuration.
Interesting.
It is conjuration.
I would love to take a closer look at that and ask the shopkeeper a little, or stallkeeper rather, a little bit more about that.
As you approach, the stallkeeper like quickly rolls it up and holds it to his side and says, not with magic eyes, no. I won't have you deciphering the ancient text for free. He wags
Fair
his finger
enough.
and says, for purchase only.
How much?
30 gold pieces.
30 gold pieces is obscene for something that I don't even know what I'm buying. I'll give you
But I know
20.
that you know that it's magic.
But it is not even whole book, it is one page.
And we
Sometimes-
know where you got it, and that it was only 10 gold pieces to you.
He looks offended and says, I don't know what you're talking about.
Clearly, you learned much from DeCesso.
He quickly ushers you close and says, don't say that name. I didn't. Nobody needs to know, okay? I'll give you a discount. 25 gold.
Maybe you'd include a higher discount if you threw in that piece of glowing bark there as well.
Oh, no, he only has the, like, each item is at a
Yeah.
different stall.
It's like a different
Oh,
place.
okay, my bad.
It appears as though perhaps DeCesso ran into this caravan before they came into town and was able to offload many of his trinkets.
I'll say to him, look, I understand you need to run a business, you need to make a profit, of course. If what my companion here says is true, if 20 gold is more than fair, you'll be doubling your investment.
Make a negotiation check.
Yeah. Where? Boom.
Yeah, he'll take 20.
Hila
Cool.
looks at Espy with a "Did I do good?" look on her face.
Okay. I will buy the demon scroll or whatever from the page.
Officially, it is listed as the where did it go? Oh, a page from an infernal spell tome.
Okay. If I look at it, like, what's the text on it, or am I able to discern that at all?
Give me a moment.
Yep. That's very funny. That's in character too. Doss just looks at it and laughs, and then puts it in a scroll case.
What is it?
That's very funny. It's a summoning scroll. It probably did come from a devil's spell book. It's funny because usually you see these kind of spells, summoning spells to summon fiends and whatnot into our world. This is a scroll that summons a humanoid creature. So it's almost the reverse of a demonic summoning scroll, that's just funny to me. That's comical. I mean, of course that would exist. Of course they would do such a thing. Never seen anything like this before. Can't wait to see what happens when I try to use it.
Some of the other items up for sale that weren't mentioned was somebody claiming they have the stinger of a giant wasp. Somebody who says that they have the poison sac of some giant scorpions. The hide of an owl bear. That's what the leather is. The like hide of an owl bear, and it's got like little pin pricks where the feathers may have been. Somebody says they have the horns of a minotaur.
Okay. The other item that I had wanted to check out was the amulet. I want to go to that person and take a little bit of a closer look at that.
They tell you that this amulet is a fragment of white crystal said to contain the soul of an ancient warrior.
Am I able to discern the school of magic attached to this one?
Enchantment.
How much do you want for it?
Well, such an item, its properties are unknown, but if you were to ask me, it might even bestow the powers of that ancient warrior onto you if you were to wear it, or maybe something to that effect. 20 gold.
You know what? Fuck it. And I just give him 20 gold pieces.
Sure.
And I will buy that too. Is there anything else anyone was interested in taking a closer look at with magic eyes?
I was interested in the glowing bark piece.
Cool. I'll go check that out too.
I want to know about the potion.
The merchant claims that the piece of bark it comes from the wizardwood tree of Nightfall.
And what?
Which is a natural font of magic.
Okay. And what school of magic would I be able to detect on this?
All of them.
Huh. I will look to his friend and say, well, you heard the gentleman here. Also, it seems that this is a magic item. I can detect faint traces of everything. A little bit of abjuration, a little conjuration, a little transmutation, a little necromancy. Maybe a bit of that thrown in there. A little evocation, perhaps.
SB's
Little
eyes
illusion,
just get
even.
really big. She's just like,
It's really hard to tell. I've never seen something like this before. It's quite unique.
I'm gonna ask how much it is from the vendor.
Well, as unique as your friend here has just illustrated it is, I'm afraid I couldn't let it go for anything less than 200 gold pieces.
Really, dude?
I mean, it is truly unique, but the traces of magic are quite faint.
He shrugs.
Okay, out of character. I am proficient in wood carving tools. Would I know?
Would you?
Would I know that if I carve a new druidic focus out of this wood, it would kind of be A, really cool, but B, more powerful than the one that I already have?
I think you know that it would be really cool, but there's no way of knowing whether or not it would be more powerful than the one you have without doing it.
Do we have a Kelly Blue Book value on what this wood was before?
I mean, if anybody
Can I
wanted
throw
to
it
make a
around?
history check to determine if they know anything about the Wizardwood Tree of Nightfall,
I mean,
The Cesso did have
Sure.
this. I did not write
Yeah.
down stuff.
As
I'll
a
make a history
druid, I
check.
feel like I probably would have heard about a magic tree.
all right, yeah, you can both roll.
Zach.
Well, so both Das and Esperna would know that the Wizardwood Tree of Nightfall is a naturally occurring, or seemingly naturally occurring, magical tree. It's the only one in the area. It's like far in the north of Nightfall, and it's the largest tree in the area. And like its roots just provide a natural haven for magic. So like you go there and you find cantrips are just like easier to cast. They say that wizards who rest beneath the tree are able to recover magic more easily than those who perhaps spend a week at an inn or otherwise. It's just and it is also a natural ley line.
Okay. I'll just look to Esperna, because I assume we're just discussing this, like, considering we both kind of have this information.
Oh, I want it real bad.
Okay.
But I
Let me-
want
Let
to
me.
try to negotiate
Hope your
on the
shanking
price,
bitches are in
but I
every
don't know how to
town.
go about doing so.
Let me ask him something here. And I'll, like, lean back. Like, I thought we were just having, like, a conversation aside. They'd be like, all right, look. And I just lean back to him and say, something this expensive, would it be possible for me to at least discern what it does?
You insult me, sir. I told you what it is. It is a piece of bark from the Wizardwood Tree of Nightfall. You have claimed that it is an item of perhaps legendary import due to the fact that it is so unique. I have set the price. Either you want it or you don't.
Ooh, can I? So, I want to try to, like, pretend like I'm inspecting the wood and be like, this isn't wizard wood.
Make
This
a
is
deception check.
This is just
Make a
birch
deception
wood
check.
with bioluminescent algae.
Moana is like my favorite movie, by the way. Love it.
Oh, no, where was that 20 when I needed it?
He's gonna purse his lips and be like, I am aware of what you're trying to do, and for the inconvenience, I think we're gonna make it 250 gold.
Ah, shit.
This man doesn't want to make a sale, Esperna. We move along.
But I want it real bad.
Was there anything else you guys wanted to take a look at?
The
Any
potion.
monster?
The
potion.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's like across the way, and I ask this out of the I'm asking you not to metagame here. How much money do you guys carry on your person?
I have 139 gold and 5 silver.
And are you carrying all of that with you right now?
Yeah, it's in a pouch.
That's a lot of gold to have in a pouch. Okay, everybody else?
I was assuming we got an in room and like left our stuff there, and we weren't.
Yeah.
That's why I'm asking.
Well, I would definitely have my gold with me, considering I came to buy some shit. So,
Well,
Like,
sure,
yeah,
but
at
do
a
you carry
festival, I
all
would've-
of it?
I mean, I've only got like 100 now, so I'm gonna. I was under the assumption that I was, so I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
Val is
mean-
too frugal to spend money on
I
random
would
nonsense,
say
but
out of just the sake of realism, I think that carrying more than like 50 gold in a single pouch is a little unrealistic. So the rest of it would probably be like stuffed in your backpack or wherever. Just because think about how many gold pieces 150 would be in a
Yeah.
pouch.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
but either way, so like 50 in a pouch and the rest stuffed in your backpack. That's fine. Okay. So you're gonna go look at the vial of purple liquid. As you go to look at the vial of purple liquid, you hear the merchant behind you make a deal for somebody, and he hands them the piece of wood for 50 gold. And the guy who buys it's like, ah, sweet, something new to whittle.
Okay, I'm gonna immediately pull Posh aside. Like, immediately. Be like, Posh,
Mm.
I
Yes.
need you
Mm-hmm.
to steal that from me.
Done.
And if you get in trouble, I will bail you out
Wait,
so fast.
wait, Esperna, wait. And I will approach the man who bought the thing, the bark,
Distraction. Perfect.
and
He
will-
sees a large muscle-bound woman and shrieks, clutching his belongings close to him.
no. I'm Gila. I'm a friend. You have a thing
Uh-huh.
that my friend wants very dearly. I will give you 65 gold for that. You will make 15 gold. I will bring you back a prettier hunk of wood.
Make a negotiation check.
Shit. He's scared
And this
of
would be
me, right?
charisma. Yeah, but this is charisma because you're trying to be nice. He shakes his head like in a terrified, like, no deal. That's not why I bought it.
I just overheard you say that you wanted to whittle it.
Yeah.
Can I pop up from the side and be like, I will add another 15 to that.
It's not about the money.
What's it about, sir?
Well, don't you know what this is?
Just looks like a bit of shiny wood to me. Doesn't look that special.
No, no sale.
Fine. I
if you would,
challenge you to a whittling contest.
no,
not
I'm
with that
leaving.
piece of wood,
Goodbye.
though.
He turns
No!
around and he's gonna hurry off into the crowd to get away from the
Posh-
two
Posh
scary
is-
women.
God,
Posh is
I'm
gonna
so
follow him.
upset right now.
I'm sorry.
Posh is
I
gonna
thought it
tail
was
him
worth
as
that
best he
more
can.
than
Right.
getting arrested.
Posh, please make a stealth check.
Okay.
Please make a stealth check.
Please succeed. A stealth check.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Well,
Okay.
could be worse.
Could be better.
So after a short distance of tailing him, you'll notice that he's probably a bit paranoid due to the interaction with Gila and Esperna, and eventually he turns around and says, "Are you following me?"
My master needs more wood. Where are you? Who are you? Where are you going?
You need to return to your master for a tune-up of your internal programming. This is not your wood.
No, there's wood over there. I'm gonna just head back a bit, but I still want to follow him.
Make another stealth check at disadvantage.
Oh, fair enough.
He's incredibly heightened in his awareness. Do you do anything extra?
Oh, what?
I just look more stupid. I'm just gonna be like, beep, boop, beep.
I was thinking more along the lines of maybe you grab a hat and put it on.
Oh, okay. Or that.
Oh my god.
So yeah, let's say you grab a hat from a nearby stall undetected. You know, there's a throng of people, and you're following this man who's clearly paranoid. And what you'll notice now is, you know, with his back turned to you, is that he's clearly got the sigil of the House of Magic on his robes.
No.
And I know the sigil, right? I know what that means.
Yeah, it's that one's well known because they're a bit of an oddball house.
Okay. Where is he? Is he going down like an alleyway by himself by any chance?
No. He's in the middle of the town. Like it looks like he's maybe making his way towards one of the larger inns.
Okay. Okay. Ooh, I'm just gonna. How far ahead is he from me?
Well, you're tailing him, but you're doing so undetected. So if you wanted to get a little
cool.
bit closer, you could.
I do. I want to get.
I'm guessing you want to try and steal this from him.
I do. I really do. I just want it now.
So I'm guessing you want to try and kind of pick his pocket, or you know, do a little bit of a lift. Is that right?
Yeah. It's best I can.
Make a thievery check.
Okay, I can do that.
So, let's say you stumble into the man. You know, of course, keeping the brim of your hat over your face, so he doesn't recognize that it's you, and he perhaps doesn't even recognize that you're Warforged. In your hushed, muttered, rapid apology, he does not notice that you slip the piece of wood from his grasp, and have indeed succeeded in taking it, at least so far, undetected.
Okay, I would now, as best I can. So he's going. We're just in a crowd of people.
Yeah.
Okay. I just go the other way. I walk, head down, and I'm walking away.
All right, and as you get a reasonable distance away, you'll hear a shriek, "My wood!" And that's probably the end of it.
Yeah. Okay, I go find Esperna, and I just very low key pass through the wood, just like shh.
And it's going right in the pocket.
Esperna, make a perception check.
Perception.
Okay.
What is our fucking problem today?
Wow.
It is indeed a rather glorious piece of wood from the Wizardwood Tree of Nightfall.
Well, I'll attempt, I suppose, to maybe study it a little bit more later. But
Okay.
I'll leave it in my jacket for now, knowing that it's just been stolen. So I should probably keep a low profile. And
Sure.
I will thank Posh profusely and kind of come out of a daze because I've never felt my morality go out a window faster than that. It's like, whoa,
the
that was
vial
weird.
the vial of purplish liquid, as the merchant explains to you, comes from the leader of an alien species that lives deep beneath the crust of the earth and is said to take the brains of men.
Pass.
Do I know any? Do I know anything about that?
I don't think so. I don't
Okay.
think you would have even read anything about that.
Okay. What aura do I detect coming off of it? Or what school of magic?
Abjuration.
Interesting. How much for the purple crust goo?
Oh, no, not crust. It's like soupy.
How much for the purple soupy goo?
He shrugs and is like, I don't know, 10 gold?
I just look at Gila. 10 gold, if you want it.
I'm gonna nudge. We got ours for free.
Well, looks like we're not interested. Although, it could be interesting to mess around with. I don't know. Would you let it go for 5?
Make a negotiation check. Give me 8 and we'll call it a deal.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do 8 for the goo. So that's gonna put me. Okay. Cool. I will add purple goo to my list.
Okay.
So the only reason Val let a burglary happen under her watch was because she was not there. I want to go around and see if I can do any research to try and find a material that'd be suitable for the slingshot.
Roll a D100. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's say that you find a merchant who's peddling something that he describes as stretchy rope. And he's got 5 feet of it. But he tells you it's all or nothing for 100 silver pieces.
That is little steep, I suppose. I do not need this much. Where did this material come from?
Far north in the city of Ikalam. There's a gnome who owns a workshop there who produces the stuff. And they use it for instruments of war.
Perhaps. I was not expecting to buy anything. I did not bring money. I'll just put it down and walk away.
He'll call out your loss. And
The info is the most important part.
At this point, Doss is just like on a spending spree. Like he's giddy. Like this is like his like one of his favorite holidays of the year, and like people, there's money flowing. He's like, oh man, I've been shopping in such a long time. How much is the dagger?
The dagger is going to be 50 gold. There are
Cool.
also
He just goes over to the dagger and puts down the money they ask for and just buys it.
Okay, you have it.
Yeah.
The aura in it is necromantic.
Cool.
And then, as far as other items go, I had mentioned some monster parts. There are some strange food items. They talk about there's some like some kebab style food that they say will give you the breath of winter. Another one that they say will make you see strange shapes and colors and things of that nature.
Gila is down to eat peyote kebab.
Oh, we could see pale. This is great.
Yeah.
Let's eat
Gila
food
is
and get
down.
high.
Yeah.
All right. So you want to
Before
buy?
they trip, what was the name of the place? One more time.
What was the name of what?
The place where the gnome was at? I was trying to find it on the map.
Icalum. It's the city way up far north with the School of
Okay.
Magic in it.
Got it.
Esperna, remember last time? We should go put our things away.
Yes, you're absolutely right. That was really embarrassing last time. We don't want that to happen again.
You did
I
look
just come-
very funny in my clothes, though.
I just
They
come over
were
with like
so big.
I just come over with like an armful of stuff. Just like, let's go back to the inn and we can see what all this stuff does.
Yay! But first, kebabs. We
Okay.
won't eat the kebabs until we're back at the inn. That's the trick.
All right. So did you want to purchase the drink that makes you see strange shapes and colors, or did you want to purchase the kebabs that give you the breath of winter?
What's the cost of both those items?
It's a gold for the drink and 2 gold each for the kebabs.
I'll take one of each.
Same.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Drink for
Uh,
seeing strange shapes.
I'm not even gonna mark them
2
down. She's
gold
doing both of them
for
tonight.
Kebabs.
The,
Do some kebabs.
Yeah.
The,
Winter.
the other item of interest is a frozen treat dusted in a powder that has different effects based off who is eating it.
Oh yeah, definitely one of those two.
Yeah.
Please.
Yep.
Yeah.
And
Yes, please.
that's a little more expensive. That's 10 gold.
Cool.
Take it.
Jeez.
All right.
I'm just gonna put actually in my inventory drugs.
So I'm gonna assume that if we don't eat the frozen treat now, it will melt.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna hold on to my kebabs for later. I'm gonna wrap them up,
hmm
put those in my pack. I might need to see the breath of winter later. You never know. But yeah, we can do some funny shaped drink and some frozen treats.
Breath of winter may come handy in battle.
How much was the frozen treat again?
10.
10
10?
gold.
10 gold? Fuck it. Convalescence Day only comes around once a year.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised, but I'm surprised that we spent as much money here as we did.
I don't know what you're talking about. I only spent like 15 gold.
I spent like 100.
You spent a lot.
And that's okay.
Okay, so what is the plan for the evening then? As it seems
Yeah,
as though we are finished up with the festival.
Would like to gather everyone around and get out my pearl that I purchased and cast Identify on all of these things. And just figure out what all this shit does.
Including my piece of wood?
Including your piece of wood, yeah.
The piece of wood is not magic.
Oh no, he got the wrong piece of wood.
Did I steal the wrong wood?
My disappointment
Well,
is endless and my day is ruined.
I don't necessarily think it was Posh's fault. Entirely.
I'm just gonna say,
I know what
Sorry?
happened.
but this piece of wood is not. It's a piece of wood. It's a nice piece of wood, but it is not magical. So either the wrong piece of wood was.
What Esperna failed to
Retrieved.
notice as she put it away is that it wasn't even the right color, and much less it wasn't the same size.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you know what? It's okay. I really appreciate the effort that you would even bother to risk being arrested.
We can
for
go
me.
find him again. I can go steal from. I mean,
No,
not doing much.
no.
I'm
If
wondering
he's,
if it was a different piece of wood that was purchased altogether.
What is this about stealing and arrested?
Huh? What?
Hmm?
No, nothing. What? Who even said anything like that? I don't. You're crazy talking now.
Esperna asked Posh to steal wood from the person who bought the thing she wanted.
Das, what the fuck?
Slaps
Such a
the
nerd.
hand over Doss's mouth.
You're
I was
embarrassing
done.
me in front of the tank.
No, the cop.
Yeah,
I was
thought you
gone
were
for
cool.
10 minutes. How are you possibly committing crime in 10 minutes? I am gone.
Oh, the thing is worthless. It's not even like we stole it.
It's true. He did steal a worthless piece of wood.
It's not even stealing. May as well be firewood.
It is nice though. You could probably carve something into it.
Oh, I definitely could if I wanted.
I think it is matter of principle. You had intention to steal.
But did we though? I mean,
Objectively,
Clearly, you
yes.
have piece of
I
wood that you did
intend
not have
to do
before.
a lot of things that I don't do. Das, this is all your.
Anyways,
I appreciate your honesty. It is Spiral. You commit one crime. It is petty crime, sure, but then you get each, and then you commit more crime, and then people like me come and find you.
I'm sorry, Val. I promise I won't do it again.
Now she claps
was a
a hand over Esperna's mouth.
It was
Nothing
kind of
happened,
justice.
Val.
It was justice for overpriced wood.
All right. So as the identification party takes place, who's doing drugs and what drugs are being done?
I'm doing
Poison.
drugs. I start with my frozen treat so that it does not melt away.
Okay. Roll a D100, please.
I will also do the frozen treat.
Also roll a
Also-
D100, please.
Me as well. And how do I roll a D100?
Slash
Right click on
die.
a D10,
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, right, of
You just right click the D10.
and then click the percent.
Ah.
I'm gonna wait until I'm done identifying things to do drugs.
That's probably.
Oh no. Okay. Well, let's go
Oh,
through the
no.
identification before we do.
Okay.
All right. So first item, forbid. What do you got?
We got the amulet with the white crystal.
I mean, it is just a faintly magic item. To your knowledge, it has no discernible effect.
Perfect. I'm gonna wear it because I think it looks cool.
You
Then
feel moderately more courageous.
great.
Sweet.
I feel like I'm gonna do all the drugs tonight.
Yeah.
Then the second thing I just put Lich Dagger, so the
The broken
Lich
dagger.
Queen.
broken dagger of the
Dagger.
Lich Queen.
Yes. So I mean that one again, like you can tell that it once had a magical effect, but without the other piece of the blade, it is rendered ineffectual.
Okay, I'll save that for later. Then we had the purple goo.
That as you're holding it, you'll notice that it looks like there's some sort of maybe like a little solid piece that occasionally bloops up to the top based off how you turn it.
Like a magic 8
but
ball.
Sure, something like that. But that in terms of like it is just inherently magic.
Can I,
I'm
like,
going to
shake
tell
it a
you now.
little bit?
Most of these are trinkets,
Yeah.
and will appear as such. But we can go through. Yeah, you shake it, and like you'll see that the little thing like bloops back beneath the surface.
Really? Okay. Hopefully I didn't just buy a mind flayer tadpole, but that's fine. That goes back in the bag. And the last thing was... Oh, yeah, the scroll. I already know what the scroll
Right.
is.
Right. It is. You can tell based off of the scroll that it is missing a word or two of its verbal components.
Okay.
But that it does list the material components that you'll need, which are. Let me pull this up. A piece of thatch and a single gold piece and a hammer an iron hammer.
Okay. That'll be something for later because I'm gonna spend a lot of time probably studying that, trying to figure out what the missing words are. But for now, great. Put that in a scroll case, and then let's do some drugs.
Okay.
I like to think that we're all sitting like in a circle facing each
In
other.
the hotel
room.
with poor Val, with drugless and the narc.
She's like, these people.
So
He's
what
our
drug
spirit
is
guide
being
this
done?
evening. The frozen
here's my
treat we just rolled
yeah.
for.
Well, no,
Here's my
I know
percentile.
that okay. That's
I
right.
was looking for my percentile.
Wait, why didn't you roll an actual percentile?
I don't know. I just right-clicked on it.
And then you clicked percent?
Where does that
Or did you
even-
click 2x?
I didn't click anything. I just right-clicked on the dice.
Oh,
Oh,
if you-
I see. I have to do it before I pick it up.
Yes.
Understood.
If you pick it up and right click, then it is something different.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
You know what? You know what?
Nice.
By frag
Nice.
law, I'll give you the 69 instead of a 34. All right. First is Gila. Gila's eyes roll into the back of her head, and a glowing white light briefly bursts from her open mouth. Gila's body falls lifeless to the floor. Please make a death saving throw.
What the fuck? Oh no! This is why you don't do drugs, kids.
Mom, help!
Okay. I will continue that in a moment. We're going to go down the list here. Esperno with a 97. Oh, fuck. Okay, what does this actually do?
This is great. Imagine if we TPK doing drugs.
Everyone but Val.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it would be the best fucking drug PSA of all time, though.
This is the most appropriate role that could have happened.
Yeah.
So, as Esperna just kind of loses her her sense of self, you'll notice that her skin begins to turn to bark. From her legs sprout roots, which bore into the floor of the inn and begin to quickly and rapidly encompass the entire area with small sprouts of flowers and grass and other things. And of course, Val, you're the only one lucid for this. It just quickly encompasses the entire inn, and it is transformed into a grove of trees and tree home, and Esperna is firmly rooted within it. But it's like a soft spring day. There's even the sensation of daylight. You can hear the chirping of birds. You're pretty sure at one point on the opposite side of what used to be your inn room, you see a couple of rabbits hopping through what is now a meadow, and just you are now in what appears to be like a druidic grove.
I am not
Posh.
paying for these damages.
Posh with a 63.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Everything you're carrying, along with yourself, turns into a misty cloud.
It's fine.
You are no longer solid.
Am I conscious?
Yes, you are a formless, conscious cloud of mist.
Cool. I'm going everywhere. I am taking in all the sights and sounds. I'm
Okay.
peacing out. I'm going away. See ya.
Would you fly?
Would I fly? Ooh, hang on. You know what? Tosh would fly.
Definitely.
All
Don't
right.
get stepped in.
Not
You
yet.
Don't
Not for
yeah,
long. Not for long.
don't creep along the ground like some kind of B movie horror mist.
Ooh, that would be
As
cool,
you
though.
fly, you find the grove that you are within that has rooted from Esperna to be endless.
Oh, that's buzzy. That's trippy. I like that. That's awesome. I'm into that.
Okay. And I think we had, oh yeah, Das with the 69. Oh, let's see. What is a 69?
Well,
When
When
the
I'm-
mommy
when,
and daddy love each
when-
other very much.
All right. Das, you find that you are suddenly unable to speak. But when you open your mouth, energy crackles out and a bolt of lightning just fires. I'm assuming you would snap your mouth shut in surprise. And
Yep.
as you open your mouth to speak again, this time it is an acidic cloud.
okay, I'm gonna stop opening my mouth.
That one's real fitting too.
Mm-hmm.
Since I'm trip sitting
Yeah.
and and Gila just sort of fucking passed out, can I go check on her?
All right, right. I need to complete hers anyway. But yeah, so you go to check on Gila, and you find that she is indeed pulseless. Her skin is even cool to the touch. Wow, these are all really appropriate to the character. Gila, you find yourself standing before your ancestors.
Holy shit.
Wow.
Saw, dude.
You like I don't know if your parents are dead or not, but like literally, you have entered the avatar state and can converse with those who are your lineage, but only your direct lineage.
My parents are not dead, so I guess
Okay.
it would be grandparents on either side and beyond.
Yes, and it is a long line.
This is dope.
Mhm.
I don't
You
think
don't
she
know
would
how
have
long you have like this, but
a
who
whole
would you
lot to
like to speak
say.
to?
I think that she would stand in front of all of them and be like, "Do you know who I am? Because for some reason I know who you are, and I have never met you."
They all know who you are by virtue of the path that you have taken.
Yeah, and I'll be like,
Uh,
yeah, for sure. I'll be like, I've seen you and you and you alongside me.
And
in
you were
battle.
there.
Thank you. Just thank you so much for joining me in battle. Is my anger a part of your lives? She would just ask. She would ask about like where her power comes from because her parents didn't have that.
So that's actually the kind of the sense of discovery that you'll get through this is that throughout the entire conversation, you'll find that most of your ancestors, a good portion of them, weren't actually warriors. Several of them were, but like this long processional line of your progenitors. There were carpenters and cobblers and even bakers and fishers and hunters and gatherers, just going so far back, and like until eventually you'll get to a point down the line where you've reached just due to the sheer age of their almost just like featureless forms of embodiment of spirit, and they come to lack a complete recollection of who they were just due to the passage of time. But they tell you that they feel their connection to you, and it is their basically the source of your power is that their bloodline still flows through you, and that they feel your rage whenever that you they feel pulled to you and compelled to protect you.
Okay, cool. And is it nice with the elves?
They'll say, I'm sorry.
When you go to join the elves, is it as peaceful
So-
and nice?
So only some of them are even familiar with that concept, but it's actually more common the further back you go. They say, yes, we were sung to our peace, sung to our rest. But the ones that were more recent are like, no, we never. The ones that are more recent that know of the phrase, they're like, nope, there were no elves, which we ceased to be as a physical being, and then we were we were in a place where it was I guess it would be depending on who they were and what their alignment was, but some of them describe a peaceful place, some of them describe being constantly at war but enjoying it, others describe a hellscape that is just utter agony at all times, and just depends on the person.
And I think she would spend the rest of the time trying to get hugs.
All right, I'm gonna need since you're spending a good amount of time here, I need one more death save.
Okay. This is scary.
Okay, that is a failed death save, so go ahead and mark that off. But eventually, I
Well,
think
can I do something?
What do you want to do?
I want to be like smacking her for a bit to see if she'll wake up, and then I want to Pulp Fiction like adrenaline needle into her chest with a lay on hands.
Yeah, sure.
And I'll use 5 hit points for that.
Okay. You know what? Let's say that the power of the healing magic is going to basically, just due to the fact that lay on hands can remove disease and so on and so forth. Does it fixes poison too, right?
Correct.
Okay, so then yeah, but before you even get to the second death save, like let's say even half the conversations don't even happen, you get ripped back into your consciousness as the poison of the hallucinogenic drug is just like magically destroyed within your body.
She's gonna Pulp Fiction sit the fuck up gasping.
And you find yourself in a meadow where Esperna is the heart tree, and Posh is nowhere to be seen.
But I'm just sitting there with my hands over my mouth.
Yeah.
What happened to SB?
Speaking of what's happening to SB, so I have no consciousness of
No.
this? Oh.
Well, your consciousness is that of a tree now. So like time is passing very, very slowly in front of you.
Sweet. Am I aware of them at all?
You aren't aware of your sense of self. You're just aware of things that are happening around you. Like you think like a tree might think, and maybe because you're a druid. And again, the irony of everybody's roles syncing up like this is actually really fascinating to me. But literally because you're a druid, you have an understanding of what the consciousness of a tree is. So I'm going to say yes, you understand the things beyond you more than just being something to photosynthesize or bury your roots deeper or something to that nature. So you're just
vaguely aware of comparisons.
Yeah, like you're experiencing time at a rate of like 1 to 100.
This is sweet.
I am
tree now.
Emotions are pretty high for Gila right now. She is going to fall to the base of that tree and just be like, "What happened to Esme?"
Drugs, man. Shit's crazy, yo.
Definitely crying, and her eyes are starting to milk.
Oh,
She
no, don't
might
be sad.
rage.
Don't be sad.
I don't know if she might rage if she saw that something happened. Like, can I tell that this is Esperna? I can tell, right?
I would say yeah, she's kind of like a dryad, and like the face is still within the tree.
Just like a vague kind of physical shape.
Yeah.
I would like to point out this is the tallest I've ever been, you guys, and I'm pretty stoked about it.
Nah, you're like a Norway spruce.
No. No. Can I at least be something with flowers, please?
Yeah, you can pick your tree. It's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Fun times. I'm gonna go on Google now.
So, something evergreen, I think.
So things got a bit out of hand. You died. She is now 3. He cannot speak. I do not know where Posh is.
I open my mouth to say I can speak.
Let's see what element comes out.
We just
Fire.
flood the room. Oh no! I throw myself in between him and SB.
Bad touch.
I mean, I would do this looking away so that I'm not gonna.
Yeah, he's
hit
aware
you
of what
guys.
happens.
Yeah.
So.
I would still throw myself.
Just like
between
fire
him and
flies out
Espy
the window of the room.
the second I see fire.
What window? What room?
Yeah, you're
Oh,
in a
that's right.
meadow,
We're just
son.
we're just in a meadow. That's right.
You're in an infinite grove.
I forgot that we're all sharing Espy's weird drug roll.
No, bitches, I'm a Magnolia grandiflora in here with big ass flowers.
Please
Gotta
put a link
Google
to that in
that.
chat.
Big ass flowers.
Okay,
A
okay.
southern magnolia.
Don't judge me.
It's
It's evergreen and it's got big flowers. You were the one that said evergreen was a
Yeah, I
requirement.
just think it's funny that you chose a southern magnolia.
They're hardy up north too. They're not.
Not I didn't
exclusive
say
to the
I didn't
South.
say they were. Anyway. So I would like to know, for those of you that are conscious and alert and aware of what's going on, what are you doing? Posh is exploring the infinite meadow, and who the fuck knows where he's gonna end up.
I just hang on to my flails and lean my back to Espy and just kind of am like in full on guard dog mode.
All right.
I've experienced drugs before. I'm gonna just curl up under the tree and maybe have a nap and wait for this to all wear off.
I will push
Sure.
you away from the tree
It's a big tree.
in case you snore or something wrong.
Elves don't
And-
sleep.
Burn down
Yeah.
my friend.
We meditate.
Okay, in case you fucking moan.
Hila
I
clearly
don't
wants you to leave the
know.
tree, apparently.
All right, I'll just go find another tree and start meditating.
There
Fine.
are a seemingly
Any other
infinite number.
tree.
Or maybe I'll just go for a jog and just open my mouth and just burn down a bunch of these trees. Like,
Please don't do
Wow,
that. Oh, we're going
rude.
to prison forever.
I'm not actually gonna do that.
Okay. Val?
I honestly don't even fucking know what to do in this situation. I think Val's just gonna go like sit down under a tree with her head in her hands, just defeated.
Hila, do you want to do your other drugs?
Not until Espy can do them with me.
Oh,
Okay.
I forgot we had other drugs.
And you can't even open your mouth to eat them.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could, but they would be destroyed maybe.
Posh, as you're exploring, is there anywhere you're thinking of going?
Just is my consciousness
Yeah, you're Posh.
am I tripping, or is this
No,
just
you're just
Okay.
I mean, you might think you're tripping because you're in an infinite meadow, but is there any way that you would, is there anywhere you would want to try to go?
I want to try and get that piece of wood. That's the only thing that would be on my mind.
Okay. Okay.
Just booking it.
All right. So several hours later, as the effects of the drug wear off, all five of you find yourself in a small, modest stone room with a very bewildered and most like in his nightshirt, little human wizard who looks very familiar.
Oh no.
Is he awake?
Well, he is now, and he quickly scrambles over to his chest of things and grabs for a staff. But I mean, he's just a quarterstaff, and he holds it out at you while wearing his nightshirt and says, "Who are you, and what are you doing in my room?"
Convalescence day.
I was missed.
I am the mother tree. I have
I've
always
seen-
been.
I've seen everything.
I just start opening my mouth and like when nothing's happening, to closing it and just doing that like this. I just test.
I'm gonna reach out to Gila and be like, I remember you of old. It's good to see you again.
I will hug you and pick you up and be so excited that you are not a fucking
Okay,
tree.
but you all need to leave my room. I will
Right away.
attack you. Leave.
Right away, sir.
I can't leave my roots.
I will pick you up and take you.
I don't understand.
Man, And I thought that guy turning into a potted plant was the most wild thing I was gonna see.
Posh goes to leave through the wall. He just wants to go through it.
He definitely runs into the wall.
Huh.
Roll damage.
But in doing so, Posh, you notice there on like the bedside table of this man is a very familiar looking piece of wood.
Ooh, okay.
One last shot.
One last shot.
Val's gonna be apologizing profusely and trying to explain.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Val.
So if you're trying to do anything sneaky, then you should perhaps roll a sneaky, Posh.
Okay.
Make a stealth check.
Yes, roll a sneaky.
Roll a big sneaky.
Come on.
Yeah.
All right. And I will give a perception check to Val. Who does not notice, so go ahead and make a thievery check.
Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man.
It's happening.
Oh man.
And let's see. He does not seem to notice as he is accepting the explanation from Val and again kindly but firmly asking you to evacuate.
I apologize. They ate strange street food, and I do not know how we ended up here.
He looks around. He said, I thought this building was treated with Gorgon mortar, so I don't know how you ended up here either.
Where are we even in town?
What do you mean in town?
What do you mean? What do you mean in town?
We're about an hour west of Black River, if that's what you're after.
Oh,
That
no.
is important
no.
information.
Sorry, guys.
This is
Again,
my
we-
private residence.
I suppose you should get Gorgon blood checked, but we again are sorry and we shall be on our way.
Uh-huh. The Baron will hear about this if there is any trouble or anything missing.
I am sure my companions understand that it is wrong to be taking things from people.
Is there any way I can motion to Esperna and hopefully she understands to swap the wood, get her wood and Indiana
the
Jones
wood
it?
is still on my person, or was at the beginning of all of this.
Yeah.
I will allow you to make a thievery check in an attempt to sign to her in hope that she will understand it. And Esperna, make a perception check at disadvantage.
Ah, shit. Here we go, guys.
Should steal more.
Ah, fuck, I dropped a 17.
So you'll see Posh gesturing to you in some way, but you don't understand what he's trying to tell you. Maybe you're still a little bit tree-brained.
Oh, I just remembered the swaying of branches, and I'm just like, what? That's not. No, it's this.
I'm doing like baseball signs, like.
I'm like, you're talking like a squirrel right now. I don't know what you're doing.
It's fine.
I'm not gonna steal anything, but I'm gonna look around at this building and stuff as we're on the way out, because clearly there's some magical stuff about here.
So you are indeed, like, just based off of glance, you can see that you are indeed at the home of somebody who is magical in nature. As you step outside of the building, you'll see that it looks like a standard thatch home, but you were definitely just inside of a stone tower. And like who's local? The most local person here, I think, is Valentina. Is that right? Nobody
guess
else
based
is
out of the
from.
capital.
Yeah.
I am from
Yeah. So
far away from here.
So give me a local knowledge check. Yeah, you have no fucking clue who this guy is.
Sick. Well,
Anyway, you guys are now in the middle of the night, without your equipment because you guys were in an inn room, about an hour west of the town that all of your stuff is in.
Who feels like a jog?
Let's get walking.
Let's go for a drug walk, I guess. Oh no.
Now this is a walk of shame right now. This is for real.
Well, you are fortunate that these roads are well patrolled, as the only things that you encounter are a couple of members of the House of Justice, who, upon encountering several night clothes wearing people just kind of meandering out in the wilderness at night, are going to stop and ask if you're okay and what's going on.
Drugs.
Convalescence
Drugs.
day.
Happy convalescence day.
They will kind of nod understanding and ask if maybe they can give you an escort back to town. If indeed that's where you're headed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That might be good considering we don't have any of our equipment.
Say one of them might even recognize Val. So yeah, they'll escort you back, happily. Though they will caution you against the peddled wares of the festival vendors, as you never quite know exactly what it is that you're going to be buying, and that strange and stranger things certainly have happened. In fact, as you get closer to town, you'll notice that the entirety of the town is suddenly much greener. There's a lot more grass on the ground. There are flowers sprouted that are definitely out of season. There are more trees than you remember. And so the members of the house are also quite puzzled. And they're going to kind of look between themselves and look at you and be like, so something has happened here. Please be on your guard. We'll deliver you to the town center, but then we have to figure out what the hell happened.
That is completely understandable.
Are any of the-
Appreciate your time.
Sorry. Are
Yeah,
any of the
and so-
flowers ones that I would recognize as useful to me? Because I absolutely would stop to pick them.
They are all strange and foreign things to you.
Okay.
It's so
Right.
beautiful here. It reminds
So yeah,
me of something.
the paving of the roads have been like completely just overgrown. Like there's grass and weeds and flowers and shit everywhere in town. Several of the buildings are now sporting what looks to be like years of vine growth from abandonment. People are standing outside their homes looking confused and unsure of what's going on. Thankfully, it doesn't look like anything was destroyed. It's just everything is now like integrated with nature. And you'll find several of the Baron's men like hacking at vines on some of the walls in his manner as well, just like chopping the vines away.
I think it's an improvement.
So do I. But why? It's very familiar to me, but I don't remember fully why.
You were a tree.
That I do remember. It was actually shockingly pleasant.
Not for me.
Are
I
Oh,
got to
yeah, I'm
talk to
sorry.
my ancestors.
really?
Yeah.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah,
She
Gila's soul
died
left her
for
body.
quite some time.
I did not die.
You-
I am right here.
You died?
No.
You were dead. You said you met ancestor.
Hela doesn't die.
Well, I mean, she doesn't look dead now.
She got
Did-
better.
Look, guys, not to put a damper on everything, but I've been a tree for about 100 years now, and I'm really sleepy. I've had to walk so much in the last hour.
We'll meet
I'm not
Pale
used to it.
tomorrow
I
night
haven't
when we
walked
camp.
in over a century. Can we please go to bed?
I would offer you a piggyback for the rest of the walk.
I will accept and just slump like a sack of potatoes.
But tomorrow night,
All right.
we'll meet Pale
So-
when we camp.
You'll return to your rooms, I presume. Your freshly redecorated and renovated rooms. And is there anything else anybody would like to do before you set out in the morning?
Oh.
Were we
We
gonna
don't
buy
wanna-
rope?
We don't want to eat those kebabs.
More
I'm
drugs.
saving the kebabs for in battle to freeze
Yeah.
the thing, hopefully.
Yeah, I might save those for later too. I
Mm.
think
I
I've
mean,
had
are they
enough
going to
drugs.
go bad? Maybe
2 to 3 days.
it's just
surely.
meat on a stick. Yeah, it'll probably be good for a day.
We wrapped it up. I mean,
Just chuck it in the microwave.
Maybe
You're
we
good.
eat one to freeze the rest of them.
Yeah. So,
Oh, man.
like I said before, lots of villagers or townsfolk standing around trying to figure out what the hell's going on. Others that maybe somehow slept through it. But yeah, otherwise, if nobody has anything immediately pressing, then I think we'll set out first thing in the morning. Is that the vote I'm hearing? Yeah,
Yep.
leaving in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's actually where we are going to call session for tonight. And just. Well, that took a strange turn.
That was a hell of a session. We started off, oh, let's go accept this job. Then it turned completely tinfoil hat. And then we have an entire drug arc.
I died.
You did
Kayla
die.
died.
You did die.
Oh my
Man.
gosh.
Yeah, Gila shrugged off that mortal coil like an old coat for a quick minute there.
Had Esperna not rolled what she rolled, then Posh would have been able to pretty much go freely explore the town, and
Sorry.
beyond. But that was a fun little bit. I also want to clarify. Just you know what? No, I'm gonna leave that a mystery. No clarification for anybody.
No, you
but
can't
no,
do that.
Yeah.
Nope.
Just leave it a mystery. Don't
Yep.
qualify anything.
Nope. It's a mystery. It's a
I
mystery.
don't even want to know. Just
but
let
how
it be.
How did we end up in that guy's house though?
I'm
Anyway.
assuming okay. Yep. Nope.
I mean, if you want to say, you can say.
I mean, I'm assuming Posh was thinking about the wood. We were trapped inside you. I was traveling drugs.
I have a theory, and Doss has a theory that we traveled to the plane of dreams, which allowed you to basically visualize where you wanted to be.
Ooh.
Hence, it bypassed like Gorgon's blood because it wasn't really teleportation; it was like
Oh,
extra
ex-
planar travel.
Cool.
Oh,
That's my theory,
that's
anyways.
pretty
That is a good
sweet.
theory. Yeah.
Gonna have to work through some personal issues if my dream is to be a tree, literally.
At least I know how to bury you if you die.
It's also possible
You
that
know
you
what?
manifested a demi-plane, and that's just a new place that exists now. Hard to say.
Cool.
Whatever.
Man, it's drugs.
Anyway, I want to thank all of you for coming out and playing tonight, and those of you in the audience for being a member of the audience. If you enjoyed yourself tonight and want to see or hear more of this, then, like I said at the beginning, all of our previous sessions are on Doxy's YouTube channel and here as VODs. Also, please follow the Ritual Cast on Twitter because I will post our go live notifications, or at least retweet the ones from the folks here who say wittier and funnier things than I do. But that's where you'll get any campaign updates from us. As for this show, just in case we're ever not here on Doxy's channel, you'll be able to find us through that as well. But also, just because we always do this, Josiah, plug your channel.
Do it.
Yeah, I have a YouTube channel. It's about D&D. It's called Dungeon Dad. It's on YouTube under Dungeon Dad. Just search that. It's the only thing that's going to come up, I hope. There's it's all, I just take old stuff, monsters, spells, campaign settings, whatever, and convert it all to 5th edition. And this week I'm doing a video about a really stupid monster called an ethereal filcher, which is a monster that has 4 big elongated arms and 1 stumpy leg and 2 faces, one of which is on its belly, the other one's like a vestigial head that hangs off it. It's really gross looking, but they're really not dangerous. They just dip in from the ethereal plane, steal shiny things, and then dip back. They're really annoying, actually. So if that sounds like something you want to be a part of, which I sincerely hope it doesn't, but if it does, you can expect that on Monday.
All
Or
right.
whenever.
Camus, you don't have a YouTube channel, Twitter, or any other social accounts. Tell us something interesting.
I have a dog. I've got 2 dogs. I've got a
Clearly, one of them's your favorite.
one's called Ponyo and the other one's called Kiki. There's a theme there. And I love them very much.
All
I
right.
like that.
That's
Sprout.
cute.
You like plants and non-plants and other things, so pimp something.
I'm pimping plants now. Okay.
Yeah,
Hey guys.
Tell us a plant fact.
Tell us a plant fact. Okay, it is now what day is it? It's now May. For those of you living in the southern half of the U.S. watching this, I hope you got your tomatoes out because you're going to be getting some flowers soon. You want to get those fruits started right away. For those of you living in the northern half of the country, like us, you're probably going to want to make sure that you got a fresh round of lettuce started, and you should be seeing strawberry blooms soon. So if you've got ever-bearing strawberries, expect those fruits, motherfuckers. So.
All right, Rumble Muffin, we don't need to hear anything from you. Doxy, go ahead.
I love Susanna, and that is my fact.
I have a question for Susanna. What happens
Yo.
if I live in a frozen hellscape? What do I plant?
What's the temperature outside?
-2
Buy
Celsius.
a fern. Put it in your bedroom.
I do have a fern in my bedroom. It does very well.
Let's see. What else? Oh.
No, hold on. Doxy, if you want to go ahead and have your outro, then we can talk about plants off the screen.
Okay, everybody, please go follow Arcanist Entertainment, or Arcanist Inc. on Twitter. We have a board game coming out. It's gonna be fucking cool, and I want you to buy it and pay my salary. Thank you.
And on Twitch, because we're playing the most horrific Sims game ever.
It is a nightmare. You are invited. We're trying to kill a pregnant lady right now.
Okay, but the
and with
thing-
that, we're out.
Oh my
it's
god.
so much